Okay, so today we're gonna be checking out new Nijisanji defense destroyed by lawyer. Okay, I mispronounced that. But today I have a friend here who's going to help. My first VTuber collab. This is actually my first ever VTuber collab, which is like whoa. So yeah.
Thanks, Nijisanji. Thanks, Nijisanji, for your mess.
Yeah,
That's
so
why you finally have a VTuber on your channel.
yeah, so Theo has some like he basically knows more about legality stuff than I do. I mean, I'm literally just like a 20-year-old fucking dumb ass kid. So I'm autistic dumb kid. So I don't know anything. But what is your experience in the sense of like knowing like legal stuff?
Okay, so I have experience in contract crafting. I have experience in contract editing. I have experience in helping build cases for several lawyers
All
I have
right.
interacted with. While I don't have direct lawyer experience as like a lawyer, right? I didn't stand cases. I didn't do trials myself, but I do understand how it kind of functions on a certain level, and I can see just how messy this whole situation is. Like, genuinely,
Yeah.
it's just so messy on a level that like some people don't might not even understand, and I think legal mindset might point it out
Yeah.
even further, like how messy this whole situation is. And I actually read that document myself, and it
Oh.
was just like,
Yeah,
oh,
I heard people like
yeah, I
telling
read that
like
document
I
myself.
saw the document and I was like people were telling me to like read it and I just ended up not doing it because like they gave me like the clip notes and they said like oh this is like not really like a valid document because some of the things are just like ridiculous about like what was it like trying to diagnose her with like border like was it a disorder, right? I'm not because I forgot like what disorder
It's
but
the first iteration of the document tried to to diagnose the bird with like bipolar
which is
disorder. Uh,
insane, which is like
yeah, it's
crazy.
just like also psychologist here.
Yeah, like
That's
from
really
yeah, like
unprofessional.
from an ethical standpoint, I think you as a psychologist, I actually recently got diagnosed with level 2 autism. Like I don't think it's fair to like can you like assess me from like virtually like this? I think in order to have an
No.
assessment, you have to actually communicate and be in person with somebody, and it's a
uh,
spectrum. Like I'm
yeah,
not in
not
person,
only
well,
do you
not in
have to,
person
yeah.
with somebody, but you could do it like you have to go through the process, right? Like you guess you could do it on
You have to
Zoom.
ask the questions, you
Yeah,
have to run the tests, you
yeah,
have
you have to
to
go through the
basically sit
diagnosis
down with the
stages.
person and
Yeah,
diagnose. Diagnosis is a long process, and someone who has no experience being a psychologist have no right to sit down and say, "Oh, this bipolar disorder." Like you don't do that.
yeah. I mean, obviously
It's insulting.
obviously my disorder isn't the same they're trying to like put onto Doki, but like in the context of my diagnosis, it took hours to do. Like I was in the room like all day, like 10 to 3. Like it takes a really long time to get a proper diagnosis on things, and also it's a spectrum. Like you can't just like look at the clip notes and like tick off a list of oh does she have this, does she have that, oh she has the disorder. Like that's not how that works like at all. You can't do that.
Plus, I think a lot of people who kind of like are into mental health, they forget one
Yeah,
simple thing. A lot of symptoms that people have in terms of their mental health are completely similar in certain spectrums
yeah,
of mental illnesses. They're very similar.
yeah, because
So saying definitively it's one thing or another is
yeah,
basically impossible
yeah,
from
because
like a glance.
yeah, because like in the sense of my own diagnosis, it said like I got ticked for ADHD, but it was actually just my autism that gave me sort of like it made more sense for me having autism than having ADHD. Like I ticked off some of the criterias, but actually I it was just autistic traits. So it's like it's very like you can't really just make that distinction. Also, I just feel like it's weirdly like almost like power social to be like analyzing tweets and a fucking VTuber and trying to like diagnose a VTuber with like a mental illness. Like it's crazy to me. Also, they're a fucking VTuber. Like you can't see their mannerisms and how they are like in person. You're not seeing their face, which I think is like crazy to me. How you could like ever like try to diagnose someone with like a mental disorder like that. Like I that's insane to me. I don't understand that. But
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah.
yeah.
But maybe okay, let's get into the video now.
You are free to stream it to me, by the way, on Discord.
Okay.
If
Oh
you
yeah,
want
that's
to, like, if
okay.
you want
Yeah.
me to, like,
Okay, I
stay
might do that. Yeah.
on the.
So it's not delayed.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
delayed, so I
yeah.
can like live comment with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always do that when like I'm watching videos with people, so it's
Yeah. So
helpful.
just let me know if you want me to pause or anything.
Jacket's coming off, shades are coming on. Here we go.
Yeah, let's
There we go. It's
go.
like, oh, we're doing this. All right, and feel free, both of you, please feel free to interrupt me at any time.
Okay.
Okay.
At some point during February 15th, the original document was deleted by a different party. That's the
Yeah,
other
that happened.
one. If and when this document is reposted, I do not claim any future edits as my own.
Sunset, I think Doki said she had BPD before she joined Niji, and they used that in the document. I've never seen a clip of her saying that, actually. Did she tweet or say anything?
I don't remember
I don't
anything
remember
about it.
either,
it might have
honestly.
been like on one of the last
Possibly,
streams she had
yeah.
done. But we can't really have any concrete evidence
Yeah,
now because Twitch tends to end up deleting VODs.
Did she actually say she actually like had it, or she was diagnosed with it? And I mean,
I think she might have told she has an idea that she might have it, but I don't think she was ever diagnosed.
And anyway, even if somebody had like a mental disorder, I don't think it's fair to just say, "Oh, what they said is invalid because they have a mental disorder." Like I don't think that's fair at all. Like that's victim blaming. That's you're invalidating someone's experiences.
It just adds overall to the whole deflection theme of this whole thing. Like, it's genuinely very, very flimsy on all of the arguments, and you'll see what I mean.
Because I think in the context of what you could use against me, you could say, "Oh, well, maybe I perceive the bullying as something different because I'm sensitive because I have autism." Which is, like, not an argument at all, which I don't think is a valid argument to say. It's like, oh, well, maybe he perceived it differently because he has autism, and autistic people are more emotionally sensitive and can react to things differently, which obviously
is like... just like, it's the same argument as saying, oh, maybe he perceived differently when I shot his brother because he's oversensitive and he overreacted. I don't care that I shot his brother, but he's so sensitive.
Yeah.
It's not an argument.
Allegedly, she commented on live with BPD, but I've never seen it. Okay.
Even if the same URL is used. Here are the archive links to that link, right? Okay, we've already reviewed that. Thank you to everyone who took the time in the original document. I would like to address some points. I stand by what I wrote. I never claimed neutrality. Actually, sorry, I had to stop
you
already.
Did. Yeah,
I actually thought they did claim neutrality in the original.
Yeah,
I thought so too.
They did.
Yeah.
They're just
it's kind of like this.
I don't know who.
This is kind of like this moment where it's just like, I'm caught being not neutral, so I'm going to cope and say that I never was neutral here. What do you mean? I was never neutral.
Am I right? This was like 100% like biased, like defending Niji, right? Was that like what this was? Like invalidating Doki and defending the company? Yeah.
It was basically deflecting a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not only deflecting. It's for some reason this person has Hololive like sitting in their brain rent free. It's just like. You'll see a lot of the arguments why this is not evil is because this company does something else. It's just like why is this company has that anything to do with this company? Two different things.
So do we have actually any idea of who this person was? I just heard it's like a random person on Twitter.
I think it was just some random. I don't even remember. I saw their original, I think, Twitter somewhere when it was like big, getting quote retweeted into Nightmare. But I don't think they're around anymore, at least. Maybe, I don't know.
The good old my honor, this person is not right in the head, thus this person's arguments is invalid. Yeah, basically. You're like mental insanity, like saying, oh...
Yeah, cool. But attempted the essay as a moderate, fair, and source-backed as possible. So,
source-packed,
to me,
okay.
The word neutrality... means moderate, fair, and source back. So
yeah,
if
it's
you're
like
saying
I am not neutral, but I am neutral.
But it's moderate, fair, and source back. That's what neutral means
right back.
in English to me. I don't know if you guys
I got a call. I need to be right back.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah. So based on public states, at the end of the day, the only parties
to make
the true sequence are any color, Nijisanji, and Livers and Selen. I would mostly agree, although I think Stellan in any color, definitely the Ian Livers, that's where it's a little bit speculative. I think they probably do know the truth. Either because they personally were involved, that's scenario 1, or scenario 2 because they were told by Nijisanji, right? So
it sounds like a Niji White
I'm
Knight
pretty sure,
kind
especially
of.
the ones that were in the video,
fair.
a message from Niji-san Ien. Those 3, Vox, Ike, and Alira, I'm pretty sure they at least mostly know. I think that's a pretty fair assumption.
Yeah.
Right?
We would hope they're the ones that put themselves out there and talked on the subject.
I would hope they know about
right.
things.
Yeah.
Thoroughly.
Have an idea what's
thoroughly was
going
the word
on.
from Vox. Thoroughly.
I do have a question about that, but it's a little bit unrelated.
Go ahead.
Since the livers, maybe, supposedly, we don't know, got influenced into going live, and now that their reputation is suffering from it, and they kind of got into everybody's crosshair, and they're being defamed and harassed, would they maybe have grounds to sue any color in the future?
Oh,
for
we're
this?
putting them in the line of fire, basically.
That has been asked to me, and that's a very complicated question.
Mm.
So it requires a lot of assumptions. So once again, so here's the first one. If they did it against their will. If it was done with their will, it becomes way more complicated.
Yeah, right. If they consented to it, yeah.
So if they did it against their will, they have a much better case. If they did it knowingly or
Makes
voluntarily,
sense.
quote unquote,
Yeah.
were they voluntold? Were they told that, there will be repercussions if this doesn't happen? Was it implied? Was there threat? Was there pressure? Right?
Yeah.
If there was no pressure
And she
they
volunteered,
completely ran out there
yeah.
and did this on their own, if this was a real like Mean Girls clique sort of thing,
Yeah.
that they just went out and
That's what I said. It's like, it feels like a Mean Girl sort of like clique, It really kind of feels that way.
did kind of unilaterally or did there as holding themselves as management and doing it, then there would be preempted from that because they would be the representatives of Nijisanji, they would be the management of Nijisanji. So it's like, stop suing yourself, right?
Yeah.
So, because they were the ones that caused their own downfall, right? Now, if they are subsequently terminated for something that's related to this or whatever else, and then they might be able to turn back. The best case to make that claim, the best way to make that happen would be if, let's say, Vox, Alira, or Ike is terminated not on good terms, right? So they're not graduated, they're terminated, right? Then they can turn back around and say, oh, you forced me to, I was fired for retaliation because of X, and this was something you forced me to do. Hostile work environment, other things, workplace claims, labor law claims, those can flow from that. As you guys can see, there's a hell of a lot of speculation in that. There's a hell of a lot that needs to come together.
Makes sense, yeah.
Just perfectly that we don't know.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of info.
Yeah.
There's a lot of context of the situation
critical
missing.
thought and nuance to the discussion. It helps no one to disregard one side before properly reading and thinking through the available information. This document was written entirely by myself in my own words. I crowdsourced videos, timestamps, and links as supporting evidence after the text was written.
Supporting evidence.
I reiterate the conclusions of the document. Nijisanji Ien can suffer from incompetence in their management, their PR, and the livers can wish to stay in the company, strive for improvement, and rally for a better 2024. Selen can have suffered intense mental stress leading up to her termination, but this does not immediately.
Oh my god, the butt in that is like, nah, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Where's the butt? What do you mean the butt? Butt? Like, what the fuck do you mean butt? Huh? Jesus.
Implicate her co-workers as malicious bullies that deserve eternal punishment. There likely is no black and white here. Both statements from any color and Selen may hold weight. Let's get your thoughts, both of you.
No, what? Wait. But this does not immediately implicate her co-workers as malicious bullies who deserve eternal punishment. Is anybody really implying that? Like, I don't know. Like, I guess the haters, I guess, are quote unquote implying that, but I don't think most people are saying they deserve eternal punishment. Like, chill, I don't know, like,
you on this first statement, because this is kind of a conclusory. It's an introduction, but this was the conclusion of rather document. So let's start with you, False. What are your thoughts on this kind of conclusory statement?
It's kind of a weird.
I mean, again,
statement.
it is totally possible, of course, that there is no black and white.
Yes,
that's fine.
yeah.
So we're just going to go ahead and work off of the information
that we
these
know.
parties have given us. Then, right? Like, we have to go ahead.
Yeah,
and
I mean, because basically this person is saying like they are working on evidence with this document, so it's like, well, okay, then we can also talk about the evidence that is here and use that to basically, deflect this. We'll talk about in the context of this doc because they're trying to say I'm unbiased and I'm using info to talk about this. Again, this person isn't a fucking doctor. They don't have a right to diagnose a random puzzle on the internet. Yeah, 100%. It's fucking stupid. That's insane. I mean, even what Theo said before, he's a psychologist, right? Theo's a psychologist. When he comes back, I might ask him this, but he's a psychologist. He can't even diagnose somebody randomly on the internet. Like, my friend here is literally a psychologist, and he, can't do that either. So, like, literally a professional, you can't just over the internet diagnose somebody. Like, you can't do that.
Actually understand that there's also precedent that comes along outside of this. We have to understand that there's a lot of other factors before and potentially that'll come later that'll also paint a picture for us as well.
Rima?
Yeah, I think it's true that it does not immediately implicate her coworkers as malicious bullies who deserve eternal punishment.
That's not what she even
I don't believe
implied.
Anybody deserves eternal punishment.
It's kind of extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that OP here is trying to paint everybody as somebody who's a harasser or who's, blaming the livers is also disingenuous.
It is
because
completely.
they're kind of showcasing everybody who's critical of Nijisanji as extremist when not everybody is, just a vocal minority is. Yeah, there has been some nuances lost into the conversation, and I like to see the other side of the argument too. I think there's definitely an argument for that. But yeah, we're still missing a lot of context, and we should not be jumping to conclusions, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely agree with that. And also, I will jump to a conclusion though. Take Grant is such a chat.
Damn.
You absolutely take a chat. Thank you so much.
Wish I got some
Appreciate you, my man, over there in the UAE. Appreciate you, my brother. Long time supporter of the channel. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. 95 active super chats.
That's crazy.
All right.
Literally suffering
Let's
from
continue.
success. But
If you read until now, thank you. You may disagree with what I've already written entirely. It is simply not feasible for me to cover the expense of evidence, speculation, and hatred that has unraveled so far. But I ask you to try to have a critical view of the situation. Apply logic and reason. Don't fall into the herd mentality, as multiple livers have stated. Think about whether it's right to trust crackpot/VT.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. This person is saying, like, okay, like, please, like, think ethically, apply logic and reasoning. Well, it's not really logical or really using, like, reasoning and real like logic and base. It's this whole point of, like, debate, right? Debating and just saying, oh, well, the other side of crackheads is like, that's not really, you're not really proving a point there. You're just showing inherent, just insane biasy, and just, like, I don't know, I feel like when anybody says that, I don't know if I could really, like, just believe their points at that point, by just being like, oh, well, anybody on the other side are crackhead fucking weirdos. Like, what the fuck? Like, hello? Like, what are you on about? Jeez, like, bro. Like, they're literally saying, like, inherently implying that anybody that disagrees with them, or the people who are, quote-unquote, criticizing the company are crackheads. It's like, this document, like, they said, oh, I'm gonna be unbiased, and then literally are showing their inherent biasy within, like, the first paragraph of the document. crackpot means that it's crazy to think talent has become management, but talent has already become management when Niji Ian was formed from Niji India.
Narratives. That's is that 4chan?
Yeah.
Can be.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I like reviewed a 4chan, like a review to 4chan that was like a summarization of my stream.
Oh.
And like the comment was like, "This is the first time I've seen a lawyer live review 4chan." Crazy. So the claim whether certain livers are actually managers running the company who pick and choose opportunities. I'm going to stop there for a second. Okay. Think about whether it's right to trust crackpot narratives which claim certain livers are actually managers running the company and pick and choose opportunities. To try to say this theory, right? That the live.
Okay. So they're saying the people that have that sort of theory are crackheads. I mean, to be fair, I don't like it's up in the air about that, and that's like at this point like kind of just speculation. I mean, you know, it's sort of like in the sense there's not real like I don't know if there's real like clear evidence of that at the moment. You know. Okay, so they're saying that the people who have that this narrative, okay, are like crackpot narrative. Okay, I get what they're saying now. I mean, to a certain extent, I do feel like the theory feels a bit like tinfoil hat. Like there's not necessarily, I don't think, enough like evidence to really say that's the truth at the moment. Not saying it's false, but we don't really know at the moment, right?
Livers are actually
I am
managers.
reborn. Pardon.
I'll start with you, Rima. Would you describe that as a crackpot theory?
I've recently heard of that theory. Yeah, I mean it's unfounded and we have no evidence of it. I don't know how much
It's
people
not
actually
unfounded.
believed it.
Is it not?
I do believe.
Is this
It's not
evidence of
unfounded.
it?
Okay, we have a precedent, and I think False will mention it here, but we do have a precedent of this happening in Nijisanji, specifically with the Nijisanji in the India branch.
Mm-hmm.
After it dissolved, we have a proven account from one of the talents that the former talent of Nijisanji India, Noor, has been actually in a management position.
Yeah, I think
she
I've
has
heard
been
of
in a
that.
management position for Finana and several other people. There is a precedent for cost cutting that Nijisanji does that way, and if they are willing to hire interns and pay them $8 per hour for legal work, I think it's fair to assume that they could just cut costs and have talents translate at the very
Right,
least.
and that could explain incompetency because they're not like actually qualified individuals in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a crazy theory. I think people who announce that this is a crackpot theory, that this is a 4chan schizos, they don't exactly understand the deeper implications of how Nijisanji functions on the insides as a whole.
and to be fair, I think because Iria was in the first gen, it makes a lot more sense. I don't think that nowadays they're going to be like going to Triple T and going to Claude, like one of the newer talents, and being like, hey, you want to like be a translator? I think it makes a lot more sense that it could have happened at the very beginning. When the company was when the EN branch was smaller, when there wasn't like certainty, that makes a lot more sense. And honestly, that could be realistic. Like when you're a small company, obviously you work in an age, like you're part of a company. If chat doesn't know, and in that context, it's when you're smaller, you may have to do more cost-efficient things and cut corners sometimes. But obviously, Niji at the time was bigger, and they had the money in the budget. I feel like from the JP branch, but that could be a real possibility. It generally could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the perspective of myself, who has been watching Nijisanji far before the Niji was a thing, I want to say that they have a proved history of cost-effective. Hololive was always hands-on with their management stuff. They're always hands-on. There was always managers. There was always like a lot of the content correction stuff to avoid a lot of the issues they might have underwent with the copyright stuff. Meanwhile, Nijisanji, you can do effectively whatever the fuck you want because the management doesn't really particularly keep you as like a, how do I say it? They mostly provide indirect support. They most provide studios. They most provide on Nijisanji GP branch. But people are effectively in control of their content entirely.
Yeah.
So they're very self-sufficient on the GP side, which is why they might have cut costs further on direct management between GP in the end, because it would include needing to hire really professional translators to mitigate the really huge language barrier, which is already there and is partially the reason why the communication has been breaking down between two branches a lot.
Yeah. Letting talent manage and translate for the fellow talent they compete with gives them an unfair advantage over their co-workers. Oh, definitely, 100% it gives them an unfair advantage. Like, it's favoritism. Inherently, that gives them favoritism, and, like, them, quote-unquote, being like, if they are part of management, or, like, are part of being employed, that 100% gives them leniency. I mean, because, like, it makes it in the sense of maybe they don't have, it feels like they don't have to work harder because they are, like, employed in another sense within the company, right? That there is initially there's favoritism and nepotism within that, and that's why companies don't do that, because it's unfair. It inherently is unfair.
Yeah, I think I saw on the Grand Unifying Drat site with basically the theory that Illyria is a manager. They basically showed up the merge representative pictures, and the lira was in like 70% of them.
So what is Arua? Because I'm pretty sure Arua is like, I'm not sure she's fluent in Japanese, but she's pretty efficient in Japanese from what I've
she speaks well. She speaks
Yeah,
well in
like, I mean,
Japanese.
she's-
She can like
I mean, like, theory people like she's run away to Japan, but she's never, I don't think she said she's living in Japan, that she's in Japan, she's gone to Japan, but, you know, like, speculations, people are like, oh, she's run away to Japan now, and I guess, like, if she started living in Japan, that might actually enforce the fact that she's, like, a manager even more in that sense, possibly, that theory. But, you know...
yeah. The thing about this is just, like, it's definitely not unfounded. While this is genuinely speculation, and I think it's needed to be said that this is speculation because internet is the way it is.
Yeah.
And when you say maybe, that automatically means in some certain people's eyes that it's for sure proved 100%, and then later someone does say, oh, this Russian motherfucker said that they're on their management. That means it's true. It's just like,
yeah. And let's be like fair in this. Inherently, like, everywhere there is some form of favoritism. Like, in some contexts, I don't think, like, favoritism of any kind is completely wrong, because even in the context of people, you know, always want to compare, like, Hololive to Nijisanji, inherently Sora has a form of favoritism, being, like, the face of the company. Like, she gets, in the sense, she gets pushed more than probably necessary, because she's not the biggest talent in Hololive, but she's the face of Hololive, and she's the first member, so she's iconic, and she's basically the face of the company, so she does get really pushed more than others who would be her size. So I don't think favoritism is always necessarily a bad thing, or like it's like
I think
terrible or it's wrong. It just depends on the form of favoritism or how much favoritism there is.
Yeah, Sora situation I think is very specific to Eastern mindset of the workplace, and their entire culture as a Japanese people built on the concept of respecting your elders, and that kind of spreads
like
across the
senpais,
entirety senpais.
Yeah.
So having someone be Dai Senpai is someone of a position that you need to revere. This is not something that is enforced by the company. It was actually stated several times that managers try to push Sora more into collaborative status and like do stuff with people, but that inherent reverence that people have for her, because she basically created Hololive as it is, and she basically
Yeah.
became the face of Hololive. And it's like this reverence that people have usually stands as a big barrier of communication between people, and that's not always necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see from like when the whole like members speak of Sora, they have extreme respect for her. I mean, and understandably so. Like she's a senpai, and she is like the founding member of Whole Life, so she has like basically respect from everyone in there, and it's completely understandable. And I think obviously the inherent difference in Nijisanji also is that in the stream message to that terrible stream, Vox was like, oh, we have no favoritism, which is complete fucking bullshit, because I feel like if you really just have eyes and you can see, like, the Luxium had favoritism. Like, that's fucking bullshit. Luxium definitely had favoritism. Like, I don't think anybody can deny that. Like, Luxium's the only one with their own channel. Luxium is, I think, the only one who had a half anniversary song.
Yep.
Like, they definitely pushed Luxium, and honestly, which is fair. I don't think it's actually that crazy for a company
make money.
to
They make money.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually black company to push your most popular wave, because inherently that happens in all kinds of entertainment industries. If you're in the music industry, they're going to push their most popular musician. If they had, if a music label has fucking Taylor Swift, of course they're gonna push Taylor Swift over their other musicians, because she's fucking Taylor Swift. She's gonna make them a fuck ton of money, and she's one of the biggest like artists in the entire world, you know. But it's just the fact that they don't have transparency, and they want to fucking bullshit and lie and say, oh yes, we have no form of favoritism, which literally anybody with eyes can see that 100% Vox is people they favoritism Vox because he makes them the most money. He's one of the biggest members in all of Nijisanji. I'm pretty sure he's like the third, if not the fourth, most subscribed member in all of Niji. Like and if there wasn't favoritism, I would actually be shocked. Like, I don't blame them for favoritisming him. It makes sense. Like, 100%. Yep. It's not a crazy thing. I don't think it's wrong of them to do that. It's how, like, the industry works. It's how entertainment industries work. If you're in the K-pop industry, what do? They find the person who's the front runner of the group, and sometimes they will take out the most popular member of a K-pop group and give them a individual career and just say goodbye to the rest of them. It's unfair, but it's how the industry works, and I don't think.
Let me give you something. Just a juicy bit of information. I have a list that I maintain, and also there's other things of the most popular VTubers of certain groups, right? So Nijisanji, right? When you look at top 10 most popular groups in BP members in Nijisanji, number 3, Vox Akuma. Number 6, Mysterious. Number 7, Luka Kadeshiro. Yeah. Number 10, Ike Eveland. Number 11, Shu Yamino. They're all there. They're all in the most subscribed people in the entire company. Among hundreds of people, they are the most subscribed people like Luxium. So does it really not make sense that Nijisanji pushes them as the front runners of not only Nijisanji EN, but also front runners of Nijisanji itself?
Yeah, I think that people sort of bring up the argument of saying, okay, we're going on the basis of, like, I'm just, like, you know, being devil's advocate in the sense of when people, you know, want to talk about, like, favoritism, they will say, okay, then why did Selene not get favoritism? Because I don't think people realize she was the 5th most popular person in Nijisanji, meaning she's the most subscribed person after Luxium. So the top 5 is Luxium, and it's her. She was the most subscribed person, the 5th most subscribed person out of all of EN. More subscribers than all of Noctix. Like, she had 800k, like, the 5th most subscribed member after Mr. obviously left, after all of Luxium, after I think it's Fox, Luca, Ike, Shu, Selene. And so I think because people like will say, okay, then why did they not give Selene favoritism? Because she was literally one of their most popular talents outside. She was literally their most popular talent outside of Luxium. So it's like, okay, well then why did they not give her favoritism? Why would they treat her like shit if she's making the money? Like, I think that's like sort of the devil's advocate that I've sort of seen where people talk about that.
Yeah. I do think it's weird. Like, I genuinely do. It's weird. I think it's weird because she, even if it's not as impressive as number 10 or number 30, she was number 17 in the company. Like, she was top 20 of the company. She brought in like a lot of money. She brought in a lot of revenue, a lot of new people. She did a thing that I think a lot of VTubers as a like a culture, they severely underestimate. They severely underestimate the value of content as a content, not as a VTuber content. Like pro gamer scenes, like other V content creation scenes. There can be a lot of people pulled into the scene from outside the scene if you just do really good content, which is what Selene did.
And she was doing
which
that,
is why I don't understand why she's being treated the way she is. Like, let me give you another example of very justified favoritism, by the way, in my opinion. There's a company called Idol Ian, right?
Oh, Rin Penrose.
Red Penrose.
Yeah.
Let me just link you the screenshots. Guess who's the favorite in the group?
Oh, no idea.
Guess maybe it's the 684,000 subscriber person standing beside 70,000 subscriber person. But they were much smaller company before Rin Penrose's success. What Idol did is they effectively pushed Rin as much as they could with her snappy and interesting content, and that by proxy dragged the rest of the Idol end up.
It rubs off on everyone else. That's why it's like a system, right? If one of your talents fucking blows up, it does to a certain extent. Maybe not, it's not gonna like, oh, somebody hits 100k subs in your company means that, oh, somebody else is going to automatically hit 100k subs, but it's going to help them in the long run. Like, it's just how it works in this system. If you have Rin Penrose and then she starts collaborating with her genmate, which is smaller, well, then people from Rin Penrose are going to find that other person and go to them as well and start watching them as well, because it's how that system works. That's why these agencies are like that, like 100%. And favoritism is something inherently which can be beneficial to people also.
I think a lot of people who try to attribute the lack of success of Nijisanji to favoritism, they don't realize that good well-placed favoritism that ultimately leads to some pop talent gaining popularity. If you manage it correctly, that popularity will inevitably trickle down into your into your less popular people. Because ultimately speaking, mismanagement is a big part of big corporates, because it's really hard to adequately manage really big personalities and make sure that all your other talents have enough attention as well. You need to organize collaborations, you need to organize things that done between each other, you need to organize merge lines that may not potentially succeed because this is not like the most popular talent. You need to organize a lot of things that require a lot of resources. And sure, in the ideal world, every member of the Hololive will have 1 million subscribers and live happily ever after. But that's not the ideal world. We don't have even Hololive members. We don't have every member being 1 million subscribers. A lot of them are 1 million plus, but not every one of them. And that's just how things are.
And I think that people sort of equate the favoritism into a negative, but to once again sort of be devil's advocate, then giving favoritism to Luxium helped the others grow 100%. Before Luxium debuted, like, Nijisanji was a lot smaller. 100% when Luxium had their boom and they were growing and Niji pumping money into them and pumping all the resources into them trickled down and helped the girls. 100% it helped the girls to grow. And I don't think anybody can deny that. Like, favoritism inherently isn't bad. Like, it's just like people, it's just the fact that they're not transparent with that, and they're trying to deny that as a negative thing, because favoritism to me isn't actually that much of a negative. It's just how you do it in the context of like how you do favoritism. Like, in what way do you inherently give favoritism in that context, right?
Yep.
In terms of, like, you know, if your favoritism is like treating the employee, like treating your not favorite employee badly, that's abuse. But if your sense of favoritism is giving more resource and money to the more popular talents, well, that's sort of just how this industry goes, sadly.
Yeah.
In the context of like XID and XKR, like, sadly, like, it just makes a lot more sense. They're going to invest more money into EN than XID and XKR. Like, sadly, that really just is how the industry works. The reality is the entertainment industry is unfair, and that ethically is the real reality of things. And you want to put morals and ethics into it, and I understand that because the VTuber community, like, people have so much, you know, it's personal. People have a personal connection with VTubers, which is inherently different than a lot of these, like, you know, idol, like, obviously, I will say, like, idol fans do have, like, a personal connection to their idols, but it's not as much of a personal connection. It's more of like
it's
a
very
disconnect.
Curated.
Yeah, it's like it's
It's
fake.
very curated.
Yeah, it's very fake. It's like they basically, it's PR built in that sense. Like so I people have more of like that emotional connection. They put more, like, I feel like sometimes people put more ethics into these sort of things, but like, we can't say that, like, oh, like, this is why I sort of before sort of would say that, oh, I don't think these equate into them being a black company, because I see some of these unfair things to just be how entertainment industries are, because inherently the entertainment industry is just not fair. And that really is the reality of things. And I get it, and I understand that, you know, people can say, oh yeah, you know, there's real people behind these avatars, and you should treat them right. Well, it's the same thing with all entertainment industries. There's a real person behind this song that has, like, 1,000 plays on Spotify, but this album fucking bombed, and they cut them from their agents, they cut them from their music label, and there's a real person behind that, and it's unfair, but they put money into that and it didn't work out. And it's the same thing with Niji, right? In reality, if they put money into XID and it doesn't work, well, they're not going to put more money in because it just didn't work. And it's sort
a
of
cynical example of that situation, that same situation, and then even in the indie sphere. Let's look at the cases of Sayu, Synchronicity, and Doki Bird. Look, there's a complete disconnect between what happened with Doki Bird and Sayu, even though it was effectively the same situation. They were both booted with like big lists of laundry lists of problems. Sayu ended up being bullied and harassed for a year plus, nearly into quitting everything because she made some quote unquote mean comments a few times, which I find bullshit. Like, so if you want to bully someone so hard because of a joke, you're not better than Nijisanji. Your sayings are so bad. You're not better than them.
Yeah,
like,
no,
that's genuinely what I think.
I definitely think that the joke was distasteful. But like, yeah, you don't, like, harassing that person like for a year straight is not, like, ethically, like, right either. It doesn't make you the better person. It kind of makes you the worst person because you're not letting this person move on. Like, you're not letting someone move on, or change and develop.
Or apologize or anything.
And I get that. I personally do not think that Sayu handled the situation in the right way, because I feel like she was quite emotional in the way that she responded. I'm not like faulting her on that, but I'm just saying that sort of in a way encourages the hate to continue, which obviously she's hurt and she's understandably like hurt and upset by it, and I can understand that, but I just wish she had like a manager or somebody PR-wise to help her and to restrain her, because I think that some of the tweets that she made and some of the things that she said publicly on stream like continued the hate, and that hate train to continue going after her. But 100%, the internet sadly never forgets things, and that's why the internet is shit at times, because they they will hold something against you forever and never let you move on. They'll never let you change. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like between
Yeah.
these two people, I think Doki Bird's succeeded, and Sayu, while she's still like fairly successful, this is not as an explosive success as it was with Doki and after Selen, obviously.
Yeah.
So even then, there's an obvious sense of favoritism by people who watch them and interact with them and support them. Sayu is not the favorite child. Doki is the favorite child, and people who say that favoritism is bad and while doing the same thing with those two people, are inherently hypocritical, in my opinion.
I mean, I think it's also just the fact is, like, she was there for like a month or two. Like, she was there for like 2 months. She just didn't really have time to really build a real fan base within the company. Like, she had like, I think she left like 100k, like less than 200k subs. Like, it was like 130k subs or something. Just in that aspect, like Selene was just a lot bigger, so her fan base was just a lot bigger. Because basically,
well, sure,
yeah. Because basically, Sayu she was actually decently sized when she left to join Niji, and then she came back, and she basically just had the same audience again. Like, I don't think it really, like... Because the thing is, because it was controversial, people actually didn't like her, which is the difference, because people, like, felt that Doki got unfairly, like, basically, the consensus, everyone agrees that Doki got, cut unfairly, or like, you know, terminated unfairly, and it's like the small minority of people think that Doki got suspended rightfully so. But with Sayu, I think it was very, like, actually more diverted, in the sense of, I think it was a lot of it was like people were really unsure, like undivided. There was two sides where people like, oh, we don't like her, oh, we think that she's a victim, or people being really neutral. And I think just because of that she just didn't have as much supporters. She had a lot more people actually criticizing her than genuinely supporting her, because I think most of the Niji fan base was still in the line of supporting Niji and believing the talents that sort of spoke out against her, and you know, believing them. Because I mean, XLA all sort of did their own personalized statements, and they talked about how they were hurt by her. So naturally, in that sense, but most, if not all, the Niji fans really didn't support her. They were more on...
It does give a lot of perspective to me personally on those videos back then when they mentioned them directly. It might be it's a great indication to me that they might have been encouraged to say these things in order to throw Sayu under the bus, because the same thing happened here, but in a more overt fashion with the message from the Niji Ian side of things. Because honestly, like, to me, it was always really weird that as soon as Sayu left, people from all over the company cropped up to say some bad shit about her. It's just basically like people started to question why exactly was she like fired, and there was a lot of waves of questioning, like what is happening, why is this a thing? And then suddenly, all of a sudden, the talents place their videos saying that she's a bad person. It's like, I don't know. It's just like, it's a lot of these things that it's not necessarily me saying that this is the fact, but this me saying that Nijisanji has broke trust so hard and so strongly that this is like, people speculate these things and people find these things believable because of how untrustworthy Nijisanji is as a company, which is bad.
Yeah, and honestly, some of those sponsors I remember were kind of weird. Like, as I remember Kotika responding, and she was really like, oh, I can't wish the best of luck for her. Or it was kind of like a sort of passive-aggressive in nature.
It was very hurtful. It was very hurtful of her to say, like, why are you being like such a petty,
you know, like,
person?
I get that she's, you know, I get that she's hurt, but I just think it's so unnecessary to say. Like,
live to an audience, like it's absolutely unnecessary to say.
Like, you can, like, you can be hurt by somebody and you can not be their friend anymore, but to say like that you're inherently hurting their career by saying that, because like you are basically indirectly sending people to actually hate on her. Like,
thing is, I think what happened is, a good talent manager who works with talents, they would slap them on the wrist every time they even think about commenting something like that.
Yeah.
Because a good talent agency, not even VTuber talent agency, a good media talent agency wants to retain an image that everyone inside said talent agency, they are good with each other. They are friends, or at the very least pleasant acquaintances, to create an atmosphere that people will shit talk you behind your back if you are ever terminated. It absolutely discourages people from ever going to your company in the first place, because it creates like, why would I go to this company? There's clearly a hostile environment there. I could just be the good on my own and try to grow on my own, or go to a company that does not have that hostile environment. Like Hololive creates an image that every person inside of the company is kind of like a family for Simulate kind of thing. They're all interacting with each other. They're all doing like kind of like things together. They're all vibe. They're all kind of like they're all on very good terms with each other, because I think the managers are handling the situation well, in that case, where they are being not forced to interact if they don't want to interact, and then when they are basically encouraged to interact when they do want to interact. So basically, like, a lot of people say that Hololive and Holostars are like separated groups, and like Holostars is always in the dubs. But people who want to interact with Holostars, they interact with Holostars easily. Like they interact. It's not a thing. It's just a lot of the people, a lot of the GP girls who are in Hololive, they are extremely introverted, extremely shy people who would rather not. Like, look at Picora. Picora would rather not, even with other girls, not to mention the boys in the group.
Yeah, but I
would
think,
rather just sit on the corner.
But I think it's also some of them, I think, have said they like having like the traditional idol image for themselves, and also I think it is understandable to sort of be afraid of just like the backlash for it, because there is like actual like backlash they get for it, or hate they get for it, and it's understandable in the sense they don't want to hurt their fan base, so they don't do it. And I think because like you can see that like if somebody wants to do it, they do. Like Oli collabs with Horsters a lot, Kobo collabs with them a lot. Like no, I don't think anybody's stopping them from collaborating. I don't think it's the same for like EN or ID. Ian or JP Adderwin, and like Callie and Crony have collaborated with Horsters as well. Like I don't think anyone's really stopping them. And also even like Suisei did the in the Countdown concert like 2022, Estelle, Izuru, and Suisei did an entire cover together, which is literally one of the most popular covers on her channel. Also, so it's like like no one's like inherently stopping them, but I just think that sort of in the sense of like how featuring culture is, I think it builds up or almost encourages this thing of like cutting people off completely, because like when someone graduates, you can never collaborate with them again, you can't like talk them online with them again, and I think it creates this sort of like a drift or almost a disconnect from happening sometimes, with like, you can never collaborate on stream again, you can never make content with each other again. I think that does just create an inherent disconnect, and it almost encourages people to cut these graduated members off.
Yep, I do agree. I think we talked like half an hour, and we haven't moved for like a second from the video. Let's continue the video. We kind of
a lot of people upset about influencers covering 4chan narratives. Now, I think it's I think people that are in the community that are hardcore diehard fans of these VTubers that also post on 4chan, so I don't think we should completely rule them out of the conversation, but I do think that when we cover these narratives, we should also label them as speculation and make sure that we do our due diligence. And I also think maybe it's better, people are going to look for these narratives no matter what, so it's better that people like us that cover them properly and that do our due diligence maybe break them down sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point. The point you've right there, due diligence, right? When I see people like doing the due diligence, like pulling the facts, like getting the info, showing me what it is, so I can see it rather than them telling me what it is without showing me, right? I trust it more.
Yep.
Right. So if I see, like I saw you going through the document, I'm like, okay, they're going through the document. They have the document pulled up. They're not just dismissing it as bullshit offhand. You're actually going through and you're thoughtfully critiquing it. False. What do you think about that just categorization as a crackpot theory?
I had not heard of this theorization until you had read it on your stream, and
Can I just comment on something?
Going
Really quickly. I still find it hilarious that False just speaks like that.
Speaks like how?
Like a news anchor. That's just his casual voice.
Yeah, it's
I
true,
cannot understand how someone can just default voice be news anchor voice.
Yeah, he
He's just
naturally sort of has that voice, yeah.
He just naturally
really
has like
does.
his laughter. He's just like, and now on to the. Imagine someone like being there in real life, ordering pizza. Hello, I would like some pepperoni.
I honestly, like when I first like saw him, I genuinely thought it was sort of like he was putting on a bit of a voice to like present the news, like it was like his presenter voice in a way. But I think it's generally just how he naturally speaks, which is like interesting.
Like this is his just relaxed voice, and he sounds the same as he does when he's on the news channel.
I mean, I guess using that voice to good use, I guess. Can't fault him on that. Yeah.
Going back to it, wildly enough, we have precedent. They did indeed have a manager from what was Nijisanji India, and then was Nijisanji English for a bit of time, then go into a managerial position. So that we know there's precedent.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Noor.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
So he did talk about what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I forgot about that.
We do have an example of that, and that's actually very cool that you could actually have an upward process within a company. So it's almost like a potentially a positive thing to actually have that way. You know, it's not always something to be negative.
I don't think it's necessarily always a negative
My
thing,
audience likes the tangible. They like having something beyond, just heard a thing. Every once in a blue moon, I have to say, guys, trust me, and then eventually it works out. But otherwise, this one, unfortunately, we don't have that one thing we can hold on and say, okay, this is what's allowing it to. Otherwise, it is answering questions, and people have questions, and that's again why it's getting traction. And to just call it crackpot, I don't know. To say there's precedent, yes, we have it.
And I would say, that's where I'm at. My thing is, the crackpot part is too far, right? But I also agree with what Rima said. It's clearly it's still speculation. Obviously, everything is labeled as speculation. I make that clear over and over again because it's very important not to lose that, right? That it is speculative. However, it's not baseless. There's no precedent. There's also no evidence. There's some things that would lead you to believe that is possible or plausible.
Right. Yeah.
Therefore, you can't rule that out as a possibility. So when I talk about this, I bring that up as a possibility. I'm not saying that's the case.
Yeah, because honestly, when I talked through it with you, I was like, oh, you know what? That does make sense. Like when I thought about it, I'm like, that makes realistic sense. That it could be a possibility. And especially because she's in the first wave, it makes a lot more sense. And also, what we could also say is that if she was in that sort of position, maybe it makes sense that that's why Millie and Enna are in the company. Maybe she had influence in letting them in.
I would not be surprised if that's part of the reason why they came in, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because how nepotism works in the talent industry is that you need to get really talented people. To get talented people, you need someone who you trust as a talented person to point at them and say, "This is a reliably talented person." They get hundreds and thousands of applications like every time they have applications open. And it's just you need something to latch onto. If that's something to latch onto is Elira saying, "Oh, this person is really talented. We know each other," then this is something that can potentially tilt the scales in the favor of that person. Because from my standpoint, there's so many talented people that apply at the same time. It's not like the problem with a lot of the applications, people who genuinely seriously apply, it's not that all of them are bad and there's like one or two person laying there. There's like good diamonds in the rough. It's like you looking at the crate full of diamonds and all of them are like shining equally and you need to pick up two.
Yeah.
And what do you do in this situation? You go ahead and ask a person, which diamond should I pick up? Because I cannot choose. This is probably what happened.
Yeah, and I think people also forget, Arila also was like in a streamer group with Shu and Uki. She knew them personally also. And like I think people like don't realize this. Connections is how you make it in entertainment.
Yep.
A lot of this industry is connection based. V Shoujo is entirely connection based. Like literally the foundation of V Shoujo right now, how you get in is being friends of Iron Mouse. Like that's literally how you get in. Like literally, inherently it is. And it just like inherently like makes sense. Like in a hypothetical sense, if you were like a manager for a company and I applied, you personally know me and know what I'm made of and know what my work ethic is because you personally know me, and that might make you more inclined to pick me because you are already familiar with me, and that inherently is a form of nepotism and favoritism. But you could say, well, me making that connection with you is a form of my own skill set and something that I've done to implement me further in. And that's also something we could talk about with Horror Stars, is that Gerard had connections with Ollie. He actually appeared on Ollie's stream before as his past life, and he was friends with her, and apparently like she gave him tips or something, so he used his connections within the VTuber industry and in the VTuber sphere and knowing Ollie to, and obviously he's obviously insanely talented, but he used that skill set or those connections he built to help him get in. And people will say that's unfair, but I say that is him being in the community and building up his credibility and helping himself get in. And that's a part of entertainment, that's a part of the entertainment industry, and that inherently is a lot of the time how you get into the entertainment industry. That's how you get into like acting. Like you know a person who's friends with this person who knows this guy. It's like, oh, I'm friends with this person and they know this director. And because this friend of mine knows this director, my friend's going to get me into this audition for this movie, and I get into this movie because my friend knew this director. Like that's actually how it works. And it's also like and it's also like, oh, what there's privileged people who know like Will Smith. Yeah, Willow Smith is Will Smith's daughter, so she gets it into the entertainment industry, into the music industry because she is Will Smith's daughter. That's just how it works, and it's how the industry works. If you are friends with people in the entertainment industry, that gets you an in, and making connections with the right people can get you in, and it's sort of just like how it works.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't really realize how it looks from the manager position. When you are a manager, like from a manager position, you have options in front of you. You have like, let's say say people have 3 candidates for the position of a singer or an idol, right? All of them are equally talented by pure technical skill. However, one personally, and the other 2 are completely unknowns. These 2 people who are unknowns, you don't know what they are like as people. You don't know if they are hard to work with. You don't know if they are a pain in the ass. You don't know if they have some complications that will completely ruin any chance of like promoting them as a person. You don't know if have like bad history, but this person the third person directly, and you know a lot of stuff about them, and you know that they're good market material. Know that in this situation, is it really? It might be unfair if you are inclined specifically towards the person who you know, but also it needs to be understood that this is a much safer approach and much more profitable approach for the company to pick someone who you already worked with, you already know with, and already understand how they function, because you will be able to promote that person much more efficiently. And if you're able to promote that person much more efficiently, the company will be promoted. And the company will be promoted, everyone else will be promoted. And that's how theoretically it should be done.
Yeah, and people also don't realize, like, every single talent they get inherently is a risk, because you are investing money into this person. So, like, your investment needs to be worthwhile, and it just makes sense that you would put your money into the person that you're more familiar with and you understand better, and you think has a greater chance at being successful or being able to work well into your company and integrate it in. Like, that just makes inherent sense, like, logically speaking, from like a company standpoint. I think a lot of fans, I think they really, like, it feels like it's from an emotional standpoint, and it's like they don't really look at it from like the ethical sort of like actual company standpoint. Like, I feel like a lot of the people, you know, the VTuber fans, they really invest and they love their Oshis, and I think that inherently, I feel like that gives them tunnel vision in the sense of I feel like people really do look at it more emotionally all the time than like ethically or logically speaking, because at the end of the day, I think people really have this disconnect and don't think about, yes, at the end of the day, this is a company, this is entertainment, and the entertainment industry is, in all realities, fucking unfair. It really is. Like, all forms of entertainment industry, like, fucks you over, and it is really unfair.
Thing is, pretty much the reality of things is you do not understand a lot of the content, a lot of the situational things of the entertainment industry until you are in the entertainment industry. Same thing happened to me with VTubing, right? I looked at it from the side for a long time. I looked at it, and then it's like I never really understood how complicated this shit is until I actually entered the VTubing sphere as a VTuber, and then I sit there and wonder, how are they all doing this? How are they all managing to do this with like managers, without editors, without anyone? Like, this is really hard. This is really complicated. You need to network. You need to do your own promotion. You need to do your own management. You need to do your own timetable management. You need to do all your own editing most of the time. You need to do all this shit that is just completely imperceptible to a normal person who behind the screen who just watches VTuber streams. It's just like, it's same thing happens on the management side. Good management, you never really stop and think about why the way the things happen the way they are. Good management, most of the time, you don't hear about, except maybe like from jokes of the VTubers themselves, like manager Chan or something. You don't hear about it more than those jokes, and then you create a really positive image of managers in your head because of the positive stories that the VTubers tell, and that way you are inclined to go and apply for this company because they have good managers. That's another promotional tactic, actually. And to round it back to the favoritism talk, actually, I want to mention something before, but how it functions in the industry is that when you have favoritism for people who work the hardest, it's automatically, passively, psychologically gives other people who want to work hard inspiration to work hard, because they see that if they work hard, they see the results right in front of them. They see someone succeeding on their hard work. So they look at it and they go, if I work hard, that won't go to waste. I will not be wasted. My efforts will not go wasted. The talent, the agency will notice me, and they will provide me with resources adequate to my efforts. Which is why a lot of the Hololive members, they go into breaks occasionally because they overwork themselves a little bit. Because when they work hard, they get returns. I mean, look at projects Marine does with her animations. She just casually drops $20,000 worth of animation in basically music videos. Her music videos were promoted so hard they got played on the streets of Tokyo.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And I think
Like,
people,
that's-
and I think people don't realize this, but most of the time, corporate VTubers aren't young. Like, you think about some of these VTubers in Hololive have been there for like 6 years. Like, some of these people have been grinding to get into that position for years and years of content creation experience. Like, people aren't just like, you know, auditioning with nothing and then just getting in magically. Like, it is actual hard work, dedication, and in order to build like connections in the industry, it takes a long fucking time. Like,
You should watch Suicide history.
I haven't seen that, yeah. And yeah,
Yes,
she
you've seen that,
fucking
yeah.
grinded, yeah. And it's like in the context of even like myself, like my connection with you was based off of me working hard and integrating myself into this community. Like, even as like not being a VTuber myself, there are actually other avenues of how you can get into the community. Even if I'm not a VTuber, I am in the VTuber community because I've, you know, built that up for myself, and it does just take it. You do it based off of hard work and dedication, and people have been working for years and years to get into the positions that they're in. And also, the things I think people don't realize is that sometimes these VTuber agencies, they ask for like prior work experience, like you know, where have you worked before? Like, they ask for these things, and they want to know like how you work in an office, how you work in a corporate setting. A lot of these like Hololive members are actually like in their late 20s. Some of them are probably in their 30s, and I think people forget about that. But a lot of people in the VTuber industry, in Hololive, in Niji, are older. They're not like Kyo, who's like 21. Like they're not Mister, who's 23. That's not the normal consensus. Because Nina was like probably in her 30s. Like, she's older. Like, there's like most people I would say are older. Like, probably they're mid to like close to their 30s. Like, it's based off of, because a lot of the time people gain these skills with time and experience.
Yeah, younger people who are currently in Hololive, they started, if I'm not mistaken, and I have a lot of knowledge on like early days of Hololive because I was around there. They started when they were in high school, like, genuinely. Sora started when she was finishing high school, which in 2017, right? And it's just like, yeah, even now, like, even considering the fact that she started in high school, like, say end of Sky House, 17 years old. Let's continue, like, say she was 17 when they started. Right? She has been in the company for 7 years.
I mean, I guess I'm thinking about it as in like now. Because the bar
now she's late 20s.
Well, no, I mean in the context of now, the bar to entry is so much higher, as in I think they're more inclined to hire older people with experience and possibly even like education and degrees that shows like professionalism and talent, than hire the young person with less experience, because it just makes more sense to hire the person who's been doing it longer.
Okay. Sora might be younger than I expected. She stated like 2 years ago that she's 22.
Yeah, because I just like mean like in the context of like nowadays, because like back then the bar to entry of getting in was a lot easier.
Obviously.
So like it's like in the context now, I think companies are more inclined to want to hire more older people who have that experience and have that like even like actually like degrees and qualifications actually do add to your resume. And it's just like I think that like sometimes people don't realize that like it is kind of harder to punch upwards as a younger person sometimes, because in this industry it can be hard. Like, Koro is not a normal thing. Like, Kyo is not the normal consensus of people that you like that are getting in. Like, Kyo even said that like he didn't expect himself to get in. Like, not like he expected to get in, but he didn't think somebody like himself would be like fit. I think he did say he was confident getting in, but he just didn't think the type of person he was necessarily going to be like a fit to like the VTubing or the culture of Niji.
Yeah, also Blue in your chat noticed a very good point as well about the whole connection to VTuber sphere while not being a VTuber. Coefficient. Coefficient is another really good example of that. He got noticed by Coco but after reacting to like videos about her stuff, and now since that point in time, as after he was noticed by Coco from Hololive, what it was Kiryu Coco, right? He was noticed by that. He basically became a go-in terms of VTubing. A lot of people interact with him from a VTubing sphere. He is a good, safe person for a lot of company VTubers to interact with. There have been collabs with like VTubers recently. Nags is another person who has been like effectively integrated into VTubing sphere. A lot of people who are like genuinely not VTubers right now, they interact with VTubers a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like even with myself, I had that sort of like integration in the sense I did a video watching Nags, and then he watched me on stream, and he was like noticed me, and that's like how you like how that cycle sort of builds up. I mean, I guess I didn't really make a connection with him because I haven't talked to him or anything, but at least he knows I'm around in that context. And like even I was doing like a watch along stream back in April last year to Luxium's second outfit stream relay, and then like Mr. said he saw me on his homepage and then linked my stream to the Nijisanji like Discord server, so like all the members that came into my stream. And that's sort of like how you can sort of like, even not as a VTuber, like even as like a reactor, you actually can like build sort of some consensus. I'm like not like friends with VTubers, but like they know who I am. Like Scarla knows who I am. Yeah, she talks about me and that she knows me in that context, but I don't know if that's my fault that I have not actually built up a proper connection with them. I don't know, but you know, like
it's kind of hard to follow up on.
Yeah, I wish I could, but it's pretty hard to like, I don't know what, like DM them like after, okay, hey, can we be friends now?
Hello, I am Reactor. I'm Reactor person. Would you like to be friends?
Like, yeah, I don't know if that's how, yeah, like where's that works.
Yeah.
Okay, we should continue the video so it doesn't take up a jillion years.
They may have been the managers. They may have been the ones to translate. And it may have not, by the way, just been a cost-saving device, right? Because it seems like, look, if they're willing to pay an $8 legal representation, right? I mean, maybe they're going to try to save on translation, you know? And they're trying to make their, by the way, they're trying to make their $8 trilingual, which is nuts. Honestly, like, I can imagine them saying, hey, yeah, livers, you translate stuff for management. And there's certain stuff to translate. That's not crazy to me. That doesn't sound like that's totally
It's not
ridiculous.
insane, yeah.
So I could believe that. However, I'm not saying it's true. All right, continuing. Thinking about whether you had actually watched these livers or whether you actually watched Selen, what discussions have been allowed to happen in the community when it's not under the spotlight of thousands of drama vultures?
Wait,
drama vulture.
am I a drama vulture? Oh my god, I am.
Caw.
Am I American? Caw.
We're such drama vultures.
I'm pulling you in. Now you're a part of. Now you're a drama vulture now.
Yeah. Let's all pretend to be birds here.
The Americans are like even like more. You know, like they're eagles, they're vultures. Yeah. I was an American though. L for Americans even more.
Just cry out in the chat.
I had my comments yesterday, and naturally they were also saying culture vulture was another one I'd heard.
Culture vulture.
I haven't heard that one.
I like that one. Coming for the culture.
That's neat.
He's still a vulture. Black Company Financial. That's not a full sentence, but okay. Liver speaking out against Nijisanji Black Company claims. 4. Selen's past conflicts with management. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh my god.
Versus 5. Other livers experiences with management. 6. Additional information removed from 7. An important note. Okay, here we go. Criticisms of Nijisanji are symptomatic of how the Japanese VTubing corporations function. Axel from Hollister. By the way, I have no idea.
Of course they're gonna do this. They're gonna make like the connections, but like, oh, well, Hololive and Hollister's also do this. So yeah, it's like no, okay, they're definitely doing things in other ways. Like maybe on paper it seems like it's the same, but it's definitely they're doing things differently.
The person
so
who
did
did
you guys
this
feel-
clearly didn't have their own research on the
Yeah.
matter. Clearly,
I
they
mean,
didn't.
apparently they did. Apparently they said they researched, but they researched
Apparently.
with just intense biasy. You know,
Mm-hmm.
maybe they did it with
Confirmation bias is a bitch.
Yeah, maybe they did it with false glasses, you know, and they couldn't see. He's
Yeah.
wearing his shades indoors, so they couldn't see anything.
Yeah, probably.
Feel any need to give me background on these folks, please do it. Axel from Hollowstar says, the money you guys give me, ... what do I use it for? A lot of the things I use my money for are on music projects I've been cooking up.
Yeah, I mean, it's known that if it's a project that the company initiated, then the company will pay for it. But if it's a personal project that the VTuber wants to do by themselves, then they'll probably finance.
I don't think anybody's denying that, like, corporate VTubers, like, don't use their own money for, like, projects or don't, like, reinvest, like, at all.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's just the problem is different style is when you have someone like Kuro, which former what's his face, former Mista, right? When you have him say that he was millions, like hundreds of thousands in debt with IRS, right? And then you have someone like Kiryu Koko, right, who casually talked about purchasing a $10,000 bed.
I didn't know I didn't know she did that. Damn.
She casually bought a $10,000 bed, just casually, like it's a no problem thing. That's how they make money. That's how much money they make, because they have a much bigger cut of merch. They have, if they do not succeed on their specific like super chat and stuff, they get base salary
I heard
to compensate
of that.
for it. Yeah, like this is a completely different circumstances situation. To equate a Nijisanji, which does not supply you with enough resources to equate profit, even with all the projects and all the stuff, and Hololive, which do in fact give you with enough resources for that shit, it's just unfair.
Yeah, because the equivalent is, it would be like, you know, the equivalent to like Horror Stars. They probably give some of the Horror Stars members who aren't earning the most the base salary, but in the context of what Niji's like lowest earning members, XID members talked about earning jack shit because the management didn't help them. So that's the inherent difference, because if this was cover, they probably would give them the base salary, but what Niji does is they don't at all, so they had to still work 9-to-5 jobs while still being a VTuber, even though they're in the $2 billion company, one of the biggest VTuber companies in the world. People probably would expect that, hey, if you're in the second biggest VTuber company in the world, you would be able to be financially stable and be a creator full time. But no, because they don't help you financially.
Chris,
in that sense.
It's just an example. I can give you many other many other examples of people of much lesser fortune being able to afford big projects that are not really possible in Nijisanji because of how little there is support on the side. You have Nijisanji and traveling all the fucking time, and that's I imagine they traveling on plane. Imagine how much costs on plane, and they are still living comfortably financially, even though they travel all the fucking time. It doesn't really sure, I gave an extreme example of Kiryu Koko, which was one of the most highest earners in like Hololive. Sure, okay, that's cool, right? But then you have Akirose. She was one of the lowest common denominators, but she never once complained about living situation. She took breaks easily for her health because she was paid base salary from Hololive to completely to live a comfortable life. That's what happened, right? And this is just not really a point to make. Sure. Extremes, but be extremes. Paying a really big amount of money for someone who's extreme, they can afford it. But a lot of the base situational stuff I mentioned is that one side cannot afford to be living normally and comfortably and devote themselves to content creation if they do not work additional jobs. While Hololive, they can in fact afford to go full time, immediately, because their corporation work is a full-time job. It's not a con; it's a job. They're doing their job. That's my argument is. That's it.
Yeah, and I think that this person probably is just gonna use the most extreme examples, be like, oh well, Mr. said he bought his mum a house. It was like, yeah, because he's like probably one of the top earners. But when you go to the bottom, like, you always have to look at the bottom. You always have to look at they're doing to help the lowest earners. And it's like, this person, I really think, does that in their research, or really, like, is like looking into that, which is like inherent just biasy in that sense.
That's it. But also, people that work at Hololive have a much better cut and revenue cut on all of their projects.
Yeah, I mean, personal projects are a thing across the board for agency talents, and the precedent is, yes, you're going to pay for that yourself. I have now been hearing some other agencies are allowing for marketing budgets, like a monthly marketing budget that the actual VTubers themselves can have some input into. And then at that time, we would imagine maybe potentially there will be project budgets going forward too. But yeah, it is absolutely the standard that most VTubers, let's say it's usually songs. It's usually either original song or a cover song, a music video or something like that. That's a very classical way to, market yourself. Is going to be a personal project that you yourself as an agency VTuber are going to be paying for yourself. That's correct.
And this, my noob question here: Hololive and Holostars are two separate companies, right? It's not a subsidiary.
They are actually under Hololive. They're separate branches.
Okay.
Hololive are the girls. Holostars are the boys.
I don't even
That's
blame
so
him for
sexist.
thinking that. I agree.
Marine from Hololive talking about project costs. As far as what we plan and make ourselves, it's all our own expense. The management pays for what.
Is this person trying to make the argument and saying, like, oh, well, look at Hololive and Holostars, they also have to pay for their own projects themselves? Is that the argument this person's trying to make?
Yeah, effectively. I don't really understand why that is the argument they make. When they try to defend Nijisanji, they point at Hololive. It's like the argument that Hololive does this also doesn't mean automatically that Nijisanji is good now.
I mean, I guess inherently, yes, they could just fund Marlene's songs. They have the money to do that. Like, and if you want to inherently, I guess, make that argument, it's like, but it's still, like, it doesn't make Niji any better. Like, I don't understand, like, is this, like, it doesn't do anything. Like, saying, oh, this company and that company does the same thing, how does that make Niji any better?
The thing is, with the rates that Hololive offers from both merch and everything, if they were to fund everything that Hololive members do, they would simply not make profit.
Yeah, and the thing that they're not realizing is that Selene Doki talked about getting nothing. She didn't make profits. And so, like, well, there's an inherent difference. If Marlene's profiting from her investments and Selene isn't, then there is an inherent difference. And people probably can say, oh, well, Marlene's, like, one of their top talents. She's probably one of the highest earners. But Selene was actually also one of the biggest Nijisanji EN members. Like, she wasn't, like, the lowest, but she wasn't one of the least popular. She was actually the most popular outside of Luxium. I'm sure, I don't know if she was making the most, but she was probably making a decent amount of money. She reinvested 200k, like, she was making money, but she didn't make profit, which is inherently a massive issue. And I'm sure that the Hololive and Holostars members are making profit on their investments. Like, they're not just, like, going broke.
Yeah, they never complained. There has been never complaints about them not being able to sustain themselves. There has been complaints about like genuinely lamenting that they're not as popular and they're not as recognized as others. Like there has been situation with Akiroze that basically led to our boom in the West and in popularity. But there has never been any situation in which they were like, I don't know what to do. I can't go on break. Gura has been on break forever.
Yeah,
And
literally.
she still earns money. She still has a good living because she is offered what she is offered. She lives off of her popularity and of the percentage and of the salary and of the bonuses, paid stuff from the that is provided during the break. Right?
Yeah.
She it's just like it's completely different ball games here. Completely different ball games.
I mean, to be fair though, I feel like they could completely cut her off, and from the money that she's made, she could like retire for a while and be fine. Like she's probably made like that much money. Like she's probably made a ton of money. Like she is like the biggest feature in the world. Like obviously, like not using that as like an argument, just saying like she has made that much money, but it shows the cover is a good company in the sense of they give their employees that like base like helping them financially out when they're taking breaks, because Hachima also did take a break as well, and I think they also helped her also like it shows like members have like taken like extensive breaks. But I mean, we could also make the argument, I think people could also make that argument that there are Niji members who do take breaks. Like one of the XKR members, Banhada, she hardly streams at all. She streams like she's like said on her community post that she has a job. Wait, and also I guess that's also something you can say that she's talked about the fact that she has a job that is like very intensive, like 9 to 5, which stops her from streaming consistently, which also may say okay, well that might be also the issue, that they're not like she can't sustain herself by just being a streamer Niji. And then also there's like this like JP member who streams like his entire thing is streaming like twice a year. I don't know about that guy, but I feel like sometimes they give more leniency to JP members.
GP members definitely get much more leniency.
Yeah.
We
support.
pay for everything we plan ourselves. I've got a lot, so I want to make something big and good. So I'm not looking to profit from that. I don't think of it as a way in the first place because I make it with what I get from somebody else.
Yeah, Marine is, I think, the largest Japanese VTuber at the moment. She's got the highest sub count, so
Correct.
she's got a lot of revenue to put back into her projects.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, is she streaming in Japanese? She's speaking Japanese? So this is a translation.
Yes, and in that clip, she also kind of points out that she's happy with that format too.
Okay, so she does no problem with this arrangement. Like,
she has no problem with it. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing here is I don't understand maybe what's being argued
I don't
here.
either.
I mean,
Right.
They were saying that
Yeah, I don't really
Nijisanji is
understand
out of
either.
step on,
They're just
paying
saying-
for their personal projects. No,
So-
and I haven't heard anyone arguing that to a drum beat. I've been hearing that en masse from people that this is something unique to Nijisanji.
I mean, I think the Steel Man, which is like the fake strong point, right? I'm like, I'm taking up their banner and trying to be as strong as I can on it, right? Is that all of the criticism related to paying for stuff is unwarranted because other companies do similar
the same
things,
thing,
right?
like yeah,
Which
like,
I guess what we're doing is distinguishing, right? So we're now distinguishing between Nijisanji and Hololive and Holostars. So, like, yeah, it does happen, but there's a different way it happens. And
Correct.
the scope of the budget matters. The amount of money they have matters. Their cut matters, right? Like, these are relevant facts, right? If one person is paid, not even a salary, right? So that's one of the facts from the Zion saga that I read.
oh, he looked at the Zion
that
stuff.
they're not
I don't
even really
remember.
guaranteed a salary or a take.
Yeah, he did.
Is that kind of does that gel with you that they don't actually have a given base salary? So if they don't make, like, for example, if they had a bad month, they can make near zero. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, some Nijisanji livers have come out live on stream to say that they didn't earn enough from their VTubing activities under any color to even pay for food or rent. So that is quite near zero. And no, they don't get paid a salary. Allegedly, some livers at Hololive do get a salary, so there is a difference there. On top of that, Nijisanji gives a 2% cut on the merchandise. Meanwhile, Cover Corp / Hololive gets.
Has that actually ever been officially, like, I don't think it's ever been
they
officially
mentioned-
stated, because I know Mr.
They mentioned
Mr.
it
said
before.
it. It was, I think it was a
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
clip,
said
yeah.
it, but everyone is basically confirmed
Yeah.
with it. Everything basically agreed to it in some way or another, so it wasn't officially stated. Yeah.
Gives like
Wait, because the thing is, like, I wonder, is that the same for the JP talents or not?
It's unknown if there's the
Because
same
that's
TP
sort of the
members.
thing that I wonder about. Because I know that Mr. said that. I don't know. Like, is it the same for JP as it is for EN? Because I
Think
could
about this.
see it being different.
Yeah, it might be different because, objectively speaking, there has been much less turnover in the Japanese branch. Much less turnover. There has been several degraduations, but considering the fact that just think about how many people there are currently in GP branch.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a lot.
I'm thinking that their first member's still there.
Yeah, only one person from there graduated from like 6 years ago.
Yeah, and they have
one person.
Like, you know, they have Kuzuha, they have Kane, they have like.
Kuzuha is actually
no, Kuzuha's a
funny fact about.
Was
funny
Kuzuha
fact about
adopted in or something? I think I heard.
Kuzuha was adopted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kuzuha was one of those people. Like, surprisingly, he was the adoptee. He's also a member of Gamers, not the first generation. First generation was Mito, Kaede, Rin, Moira, Aki, Elu, Chihiro, and Shibuya Hajime. Several of them are like not really as popular, comparatively speaking. But Tsukino Mito is to this day one of the most popular people in the company. Rin as well. But yeah, it's just like they're still there.
Yeah,
They're still there.
Yeah, I just mean as in that they have people with longevity. Like they have a record in the JP branch of retaining long-standing talents, and even some unpopular talents are still there. Like there are some who have been there for like 5-6 years who have like less than 200k subs, but they're still there.
And they live comfortably. They do content comfortably. Yeah, it's just like it's definitely something to note that there might be a much bigger, there might be a much better focus on maintaining talent in Japanese. It's just like the EN branch is a clusterfuck.
Yeah, I mean, like this is, I think, the same for, like, every company. Inherently, it's hard to, like, I think it's just harder when you are, like, the EN branch, when you're not living in Japan. Like, naturally, things are going to be hard, and I think at the end of the day, like, you are going to be better off being in Japan and being one of their JP talents. Like, you get more benefits, like, inherently, like, physically being there, like, no matter what, you're going to be better off, and you're going to get more benefits than being, like, disconnected and being, like, online. And there's always going to be these sort of difficulties, and I think even, like, in Hololive and Horse has talked about, like, some difficulties about being, you know, like, disconnected and online, and that's an inherent issue that I feel to a certain extent can give some leniency based on issues with, but obviously their blatant mismanagement and not really caring about the branch is something you can't really look over. But there's always going to be these inherent issues when you know, in comparison to, like, being in Japan, whilst, like, you know, if I was in the company, I'm in Australia and they're in Japan and they're talking to me, like, virtually and communicating to me, like, on camera instead of being in person.
A 60% revenue share on the merchandise, and for the anniversary or the merch lines that are crowdfunded by the own VTubers, they get an even bigger share of that. So I think this distinction also matters in this argument.
Perfect. Yeah, and somebody in the chat noticed they're saying that, like, Cover Corp pays a base salary. maybe.
We heard that a lot. Obviously, it's not confirmed because NDAs.
Yeah, right.
Historically, they had actually given a salary to their lowest earners. So their lowest earners, maybe that needed
Makes
a little bit of
sense.
support in years past, would get a salary, and those after a certain earning cap would not be a part of that salary.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And let me just read 2 super chats here that are really positive. Shinoza the Dragon says, I just subscribed to Rima not long after watching one of her videos. Nice to see her on here. Yes, false and legal. I am subbed to you too.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And then this very nice one here. Kaido Mash for $10 says, all horse jokes
Okay, maybe we
aside.
should, like, this is gonna go on for a bajillion years. I don't, like,
Check it out. Go to her channel. Watch her video.
Pass
Get it,
some of
Tech
this
Daddy says,
fluff.
Good to
But you're gonna have to pay.
good.
That'll be
Yeah,
Live talked
yeah.
about the company did not recover her travel costs for Hollow Fest. What is this?
That's a
Hollow
big
Fest?
festival event they held in March. The next one's coming up next month. Yeah, so it's a huge event. They often they bring in all their foreign talents
and move to Japan. Yeah, I think she did. I heard
live
that.
event, right? So
I
that's
think Bay
what
did
that's
move
about.
to Japan.
How does that work?
Well, ideally, to our understanding, they're actually they're live and dancing. Usually, probably they're actually getting the motion capture tracking data beforehand, and then relaying that to a performance later.
Okay, yeah, that was like, okay, how do they not dox themselves? All right, okay. 3D or home 3D equipment, full size image. Okay, so here's, I guess it's Muna.
Yep. And she's from
she
the
says-
Indonesian branch, so she is
Indonesian
not.
branch, yeah.
Okay, shout out to those in Jakarta. Chat says your travel to Japan was covered by the company, right, Moon? No, obviously we went to Japan with our own money. It's HoloFest though. No, even if we're going to do a concert, we still have to pay for it ourselves. The company did cover our living and traveling expenses for our 3D debut earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So I only had to spend for shopping and daily necessities. But for 3D birthday, anniversary, solo, joint concert, you have to pay for those yourself. That's why I saved up to buy 3D equipment like a transmitter, mic receiver, and ear monitor so I can do 3D here without having to go to Japan.
Oh.
We did receive a home 3D suite from Yagoo, but it's not on the talent whether we want to go all out or not. Personally, I want the home 3D that feels like studio 3D, and that requires a proper mic and monitor. So now I'm figuring out how to make it all comfortable for me to sing and dance while managing it all.
Yeah, that's perfectly
Yeah,
reasonable.
Right, they show like more flexibility. And like at least they're giving them like the option to do it from home, unlike Niji, because they haven't given like any form of that. Because I'm sure if they gave that option to some Niji EN members, we would have seen some Nijisanji EN 3D streams, and 3D more 3D debuts or concerts and things. And the ironic thing also is the person that had a 3D concert was Selene, which is pretty ironic. That they gave her that sort of resource and then terminate her. But that is interesting though, because they gave her a 3D concert. They gave her that sort of resource or invested in her in that context, but then fucking cut her after that. So I'm just like, it's just like interesting in that sense. I mean, she always paid for it herself, to be fair.
Yeah. The thing about this is like the most hilarious factor I think that someone pointed out is that a piece of chicken on HoloLive got 3D animated and given the proper 3D model
I saw
before
that,
Pomu was given a 3D model.
Oh.
That's just depressing. That's just depressing. Supposedly rivals. I don't really understand what's the point of Nijisanji and applying to Nijisanji beyond the publicity and beyond but even then it's not necessarily going to happen now because there's been so many Nijisanji members that every new debut causes more of a groan. It's just like again, rather than new VTubers.
Yeah, I mean, to a lot of people, like, I think even like you're selling your soul to the, I guess on a quote-unquote VTubing terms, selling your soul to the devil for publicity, for viewership, can be worth it. Genuinely, kind of, if you're a small creator, like even if the weird thing that I think Zion has said, where they say like, you're gonna earn more than you're currently earning. I guess technically it's true, but like yeah, there are people that would be willing to go that far as a small creator, even with all of these like quote unquote red flags, they would still join Nijisanji for that publicity, for that growth, and to be honest, I actually might be willing to do that in a hypothetical sense, even with all the red flags. Honestly, in a hypothetical sense, I actually probably would still sign the contract. Or,
that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, are you willing to get through the difficulties and the potential not really, how to say it, potentially not good circumstances of everything in order to get that publicity? And like on Hololive, on Holostars, you would be basically assured that publicity. On Nijisanji, it's kind of a gamble.
But then at the same time, there's sort of I feel like there's sort of a ceiling or like a cap in the sense of like being a male talent there. Like, you know, it's sort of the same thing actually with Niji as in with like I think it's kind of different because I feel like there's still more of a chance that you can grow as a female in Niji, but it's the same sort of thing where like the most popular talents in Nijisanji Ian are males, and the most popular are females in whole life, where the sort of like you're more like the more likely people to succeed in Niji are males, and but I think it's worse for whole life because just of the culture that whole life is that I think there is just sort of this like cap to horror stars in the sense of like Nijisanji is a better ecosystem. Niji-Ien's a better ecosystem in the sense of like it trickles down to everyone. Like Luxium's success trickles down to the females and everyone else, but horror life success doesn't trickle down to horror stars.
It depends. On Nijisanji's side, it really depends on who you're speaking to.
Yeah.
About like the most popular, currently the most subscribed person inside Nijisanji is a female. Hyaka Mantembara Salome. She has nearly 2 million subscribers. She's one of the people. She's definitely the most popular. Yeah, she blew up. Tsukino Mito, number 5. Hoshikawa Sara, number 8. There's a a big amount of female members because there's just more female members than male members. I think it's more
in the context of like Ian specifically, because I feel like just in the context of how Ian blew up, I think Ian captivated this Western female audience, and I think Niji-Ian still has a big portion of that. And obviously, like I do think that in general, Nijisanji is a lot more gender diverse in their popularity, and that's something that I will give Niji props for. They've done a way better job at making their ecosystem feel more gender diverse than Hololive, but obviously because Hololive decided to go the more idol approach, which I think naturally that makes this sort of disconnect between males and females, and then, you know, making Holostars and Hololive sort of just also just kind of makes that bridge, like separates them. So that's one thing I'll give Niji a plus for. They made this ecosystem where like it's very gender diverse. Like there's not this sort of thing like, oh, female, like, oh, male, we can't, you know, oh, I only want to watch female. It's more like they actually do kind of watch everyone. It's sort of like ecosystem where it does trickle down to everybody, and you can see
they initially the mentality was for the talents to interact with each other freely, and a lot of the earlier talents, they fought tooth and nail to fight against the whole thing, where they would be considered idols. They fought really hard against considering them idols, because that way people can easily interact with each other, easily build relationships, easily build connections. You can see a lot of the GP server-wide events in which a lot of mixed groups were hanging up together, and that's not something you see casually happen in Hololive, because a lot of the people that went there, they initially went there based around the design that they are an idol. They went there as a fan of idols to be an idol, and being an idol, they themselves maintain the perception of the pure idol. Honestly, the amount of shit I heard from GP people, like, it's just, I'm not saying it ironically. The amount of things, unhinged and fucking degenerate things I have heard from GP members is like nobody would ever consider them. Nobody would ever consider them idols after stuff they say live on stream.
Yeah, and I mean, I think also just inherently, I think people, like, they dream of going to Hololive based off of wanting to make music, and because Hololive's thing, because Hololive's thing is music based, that just makes inherently a lot more sense to go into idol culture. But Niji, I don't think that music is necessarily like one of their big criterias in getting in. It's obviously a plus. It's one of them. They would want some people to make music, but I think even if you're not a musician, you have a chance of getting in being a personality.
Yeah, the thing is, I think I need to like specify, because like just one example of just stuff like there's a difference between like for example Calliope, she doesn't really swear a lot, right? She tries to not swear, even though she cannot help herself because the blood that American blood,
the eagle,
the American, the caca, and then you have GP member Furen Lustario. One of the first things she ever did on stream after debuting is admitting she likes choking herself.
Fun.
And then proceeded to do that on stream. And it's just like, here, the sounds I make. That's the shit they're talking about. I don't think anyone would even, in the wildest dreams, would consider anyone from these girls, anyone with these girls idols, pure and uncorrupted idols.
Yeah, I mean, and also, in Hachima exists. You know, I don't think people think a traditional idol is going to be like cooking spiders and tarantulas and putting them into ramen, you know.
Yeah, I think Hachima definitely pushes the boundaries on Hololive side. She definitely does a lot of the time. Yeah. But most of the conventional, how you started it is how you finished it, right? Tsukino Mito is the person who went live. Have you seen that video?
Don't think so.
Where she basically had an apology to YouTube. YouTube after her video stream got taken down, she went live. She started flirting with YouTube-kun. YouTube-kun, do you think that's too ecchi? YouTube-kun. That's basically what she did.
Have you seen the weird Mito videos where she has like the mask on?
No, she legitimately went in on live. I'm gonna show you to you later, because this is one of the most hilarious clips of Nijisanji.
I think she's really funny,
ever.
Though. I think she's really great.
But how you first started the company is how the company continues.
Yeah.
Mito started the company as a wacky, humorous, very interesting person, and it's effectively what happened is the company itself grew up into be a very diverse, very humorous.
Yeah.
Some people do music, some people don't do music. That's their job. That's their choice.
Yeah.
Hololive started with Tokino Sora, who's an idol, and then people who went there to follow on Tokino Sora's footsteps, they also wanted to be idols, and they became idols.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not saying that, like, non-traditional people exist. I just mean on paper, that's sort of like, that's what they want to be on paper. That's the image they push on paper.
Yep, effectively that's true. All right, let's continue.
This to me is a lot of like, I guess what I'm taking away is the base package for VTubers is kind of de minimis. It's like a minimal package. And if they want to do the pimped out, full 3D where they can sing, dance, and do the maximum, they've got to pay more. Is that standard? I mean, false, I guess you can start there.
Sure. So, she's mentioning Yago. That's the CEO.
I still don't understand this argument. This argument's so stupid, and it adds really nothing.
And the fact of the matter is it can get expensive to go to Japan. We have actually one of the Australian talents, Heikos Bells.
Based.
Went to Japan so many times that eventually she said, "You know what?
Oh yeah,
I'm just going to live in Japan
confirmed
now."
it. Yeah,
and she recently moved to Japan because the traveling was taking up time and costing so much, actually. That
it's actually and rent is so cheap right now. Even I've thought about it. I was actually shocked. My apartment in Bangkok is about as much as apartment in Osaka, and because of the conversion rate. And I was like, well, maybe I'll go there for a while. Like why not? So yeah, no, that I could definitely. I travel a lot. I definitely understand that.
If I may interject, though, the Hololive talents are being brought to Japan far more than the Nijisanji talents across the board.
That's true,
they just had more 3D concerts. That's usually why they're bringing them in. For the
Context about
purposing.
rent prices. They are really cheap. They're really cheap. Like the cheapest one I can find right now, which is obviously this is the cheapest. The cheapest one is $500 per month.
Damn! I should move them.
Yep. The like even one. It's a fully furnished like 30 square meters apartment, just for $500.
And I mean, like stuff like food's cheap also. Like
you can effectively find a lot of prices. What happened with the convenience stores in Japan? What happens is there is a certain section of the evening where they place old produce that wasn't sold on 50% discount because they don't like their produce staying overnight and like being not fresh. They don't like it. So that's they give them discount. So you can effectively come in the evenings, buy stuff for 50%. All you need, all your necessities for 50% is just have to contend with produce being 1 day old.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Like they're very like perfectionists in that sense. Like in this context of also like figures, like a figure can be like in pristine condition, has like a little tear, and then that's like pre-owned, like damaged. Like the figure will be like damaged even though it's like in pristine condition, basically. What, Zen join Niji and move to Japan? I would honestly if they fucking came to a contract, I would sign it. I literally would. Right now, I would sign the contract. I generally would. Anyway, but yeah, no, honestly, it is pretty cheap. I mean, in the context of the Western world, I mean, in Japan, you can just like walk to a convenience store and basically live on a convenience store. If I wanted to walk to a gas station, I have to fucking walk 40 an hour and potentially get hit by a car, get run over when I go to a convenience store, and then go to the convenience store and the food is fucking expensive and not cheap at all. Like I can get cheaper stuff at the grocery store. Like gas station food in the Western world, here in Australia, it's overpriced. It's not cheap. They make it more expensive.
I think internet is in Japan is the most insane part for me. I remember Lamy talking about it, and it was like, "Oh, I wanted to get a 1 terabyte internet." I'm like, "Excuse me, excuse me." She has 1 terabyte speed of internet. I'm like, "Excuse me." So that's the kind terabyte. Yeah, it's like terabyte. They can probably download games in like 20 minutes. The biggest games they download in 20 minutes. I've seen it personally as what was it like? Either Elder Scrolls 5 or something. The JP member was like, okay, give me like 5 minutes and we'll download 50 gigabytes.
Jesus Christ, yo.
Yeah, the internet there is insane in some places. They need to find.
Yeah, for me, I probably had to prepare, but like getting that game downloaded. Like I probably had to get it downloaded, go to school, come back, and it's still not downloaded. Like go to school like 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I come back and it's still downloading.
Yeah, it's just like. Yeah, it's genuinely insane. Their internet speeds, their like convenience stuff. A lot of the live quality of life in Japan is considerably higher than a lot of the stuff like in many other countries. Objectively, honestly.
This is why I wish I could move to Japan, but I'm
yeah.
I'm here in Australia. Maybe I'll get like a spider might kill me or something. I don't know, but.
And so it's not a 1-to-1 scenario here with Nijisanji and Hololive. Hololive is having their talents travel a lot more, and their talents enjoy doing off collabs and things like that, just like Nijisanji. But for company purposes, Hololive is bringing their actual talents back into Japan far more often.
Okay. But also, but always ended up spending it on projects, because those kind of projects, like song covers, I have to pay for things myself, like instruments, recordings, mixings, illustrations. I pay for them myself. One thing I will note here is that a lot of these people they're quoting, Hollow Stars, Hololive, different company than Nijisanji. So
Correct.
if you're trying to establish like Nijisanji behavior, it's like
Yeah,
apples and
that's
oranges,
true. You're not quoting
right?
any
The
Nijisanji
agreements
members.
you can have in a different company can be different.
Mhm.
That's true at any corporation. There are always corporations that pay better than others.
Yeah, because I think this sort of like speaks volumes in the sense of like, hey, could you not find a single clip of a Nijisanji member speaking like this? Like you couldn't. Like I feel like that kind of speaks volumes in that aspect.
There's an arrangement that paid better than others. That's the way things are. Similarly, reasons why Japan color is so strict on copyright.
Oh.
In Japan, big for-profit organizations like Hollow and Niji have to be specifically careful when it comes to copyright compared to independent streamers. That is incorrect. Everybody in Japan follows Japanese law regarding that. I'm actually gonna. I have a little bit of a legal treatise to read later if we have some time.
What the fuck is this person on? Is this person okay? What the fuck is wrong with them? Like, hello?
This is such a straw man. This is such a straw man. Extremely. This is really a straw man. The fact that they just mentioned that for some reason only corporate people have to follow this. No, not only corporate people have to follow this.
Have they not looked at like you can literally look at like how strict like Japanese copyright is in the sense like anime YouTubers, like that literally people can get fucking fucked over by showing like, a panel of a manga page. Like you can get like claimed and striked and sued for doing that. It's like I don't know what this person's on. Or like where the fuck is their research? I don't know. Like they don't even have like false IDs glasses. They have like their light turned off. They're just sitting in the dark trying to do their research.
Yeah, and this is
like sitting in the dark with their monitor turned off, doing their research. Like I don't know what they're on about. And I even see this like thing beneath it. I'm like, Selena lost 15,000 making her last cup of coffee cover and made no profit last year because she spent $200,000 Canadian on the project. This is Nijisanji's fault? Question mark? Huh? I was like, fuck off. Like this is like By the way,
this is a very straw man. Everything. Yeah.
Blue said, by the way, I watched the full version, and this lawyer said he used to watch anime but can't anymore cause he is busy now. So a weeb lawyer, lol. He's a base lawyer.
I get through. I don't know at least half of the super chats.
And then we can see him, may watch anime on streaming and get striked by a Japanese company,
The law applies to everybody, big or small. Just because you're small doesn't mean that you evade it. Now, what can happen with small people is nobody might notice you, right? So, because if you have 1,000 subs, chances are the person whose copyright you're violating isn't going to find it and isn't going to strike you.
All right, time to become an anime channel. Yeah.
To be fair, honestly, objectively speaking, even from my standpoint, I do get claims sometimes on certain things that are automated, right? The bots. But those are not the copyright strikes that basically shut down your video. Those are basically, oh, by the way, this is what music used to.
It's an ID claim.
Belongs to this. This is ID thing.
Like it's not the company itself like manually striking you. It's the bot. It's the copyright system. It's the ID system. It's just the bot like detecting the song.
It doesn't restrict my viewership. It doesn't really do anything to restrict me from posting that video, except for like very, very rare cases, like it happened with Fate Grand Order's opening. That was basically licensed by TV Tokyo, and it's just basically it was blocked until I cut it out.
Yeah,
right?
that's what happened to me.
What the only.
It can block it visually. So like you have to put like some animations like what I've done, you put like a black bar over it, so then it doesn't visually detect it anymore, so then it's okay again. Like it's just the automated, like it's the bot, like it's the automated system where it can detect the sound or it can detect the video like visually, and if you like just put like a black screen over the video, then it won't detect that anymore, which shows that inherently it's a bot, it's an automated system. It's not the company itself that is more like they actually have to automate, like, do it themselves. But ID claims can affect you, because for my channel, for the longest time, I didn't have memberships, apparently because of ID claims, and then randomly one day I woke up and I just had memberships randomly. And also, by the way, that is a plug to become a member of my channel, please. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, so like most of the time, I don't think it necessarily affects you. Like, yeah, like inherently being smaller, you can get away with it easier. Like inherently.
But
That's
if
not
you're
untrue,
a
yeah.
giant 500,000 sub production or million whatever, yeah, people are going to find it, right? Because they're looking for you to slip up, and they know that the corporation has deep pockets, so there's more of an incentive to come for that, and that's pretty much an open and shut case in Japan if it's a clear copyright. HoloLive previously experienced being copyright struck, resulting in a number of videos across HoloLive's channels being privated. On another instance, an apology was also previously issued to Nintendo, big copyright strikers Nintendo, for failure to comply with streaming guidelines. This is not a dig at HoloLive, but example how serious corporations take copyright and due process in Japan.
What point are they trying to
be safe and
make?
sorry when one person can cause problems for the entire company, even with bureaucracy this necessitates.
Yeah, well, the reason why OP is bringing this argument is to justify the long process of approval that Nijisanji made Selene go through during her stay at the company.
It's a very broad argument for what are very.
I mean, didn't in the stream, they literally admitted in the screenshots saying it wasn't copyright because of the music. It was it was because of Nina and Mr. being shown in the video.
Yep.
They need to get confirmation for that, yeah.
Yeah, I think here it will also be mentioned, because I do remember someone mentioning it here. But the thing is that people don't realize, who are defending Nijisanji about this whole last cup of coffee situation. There were storyboards for the animation that has to be approved by the management before the company can go ahead. And those storyboards included Nina and Mista in them. They was not additional. They had to approve Nina and Mista before. The fact that they backed down suddenly and stun-locked Selene from posting the video is not a due diligence. It's just basically being unnecessarily strict and blocking her specifically, because they had to approve this thing already a year.
Yeah, because
she has been working on this project for a year.
Yeah, because that's why I think the screenshots are stupid, because you are literally equating possibly a year of communication about something in 5 screenshots. Inherently. Because she must have been talking to management about this project for, like, on and off for more than a year. It's not like it just happens overnight. It's not like, oh yeah, hi management, yeah, I did this cover independently. Do I have permission to upload this now? Like, no. Like, to go through this entire process, you have to communicate with management to go through it. Like, you do, and how, like, even if she's paying for it out of her own pocket, she still has to let the management know and communicate with management about going through the whole cover making process, and about, like, you know, like, hiring artists to do the art, hiring people to do the animations, getting the copyright for the songs, getting permissions. Like, you have to talk to the management about these things. So I just inherently think, like, it's so fucking dumb about the whole screenshot thing, because you are missing, like, potentially, like, I don't even know how many texts and texts and texts of context that's completely missing, and I don't understand how they don't realize how unreasonable it is when you have the music video completely 100% done, and you just like, oh, well, this element of the music video that we approved prior, most likely, we need, like, extra special improvement of it now, even though, like, it being there, you probably must have approved of it to be in the video in the first place. Which is, like, very confusing. And also the fact is, like, why do you even need special improvement for your past talents, like your graduate talents, to be in the video anyway? Like, why? What's the reason? I don't even understand that. But it's, like, it's just very unreasonable, and I think it was, the screenshots were fucking stupid. was really dumb, and I don't think it really helped in any sort of way at all. And like them like showing screenshots just like made it even worse, in my opinion. And I think in the public consensus as well, like it just was not a good look for them to bring out like screenshots, DMs, like quote unquote evidence like that. Like, you are the company, you are the ones that should be having the more mature approach of things. And I think like showing screenshots is like almost like individual like YouTuber like paid drama shit, but you're fucking a $2 billion company bringing out fucking DMs, screenshots on Discord as like your evidence publicly. Like, it just feels so weirdly petty and unprofessional to like a crazy extent. Like, it's insane.
Particularly odd permissions that we're still scratching our heads over, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It was this issue with Selen's music video. They basically came out and showed in the screenshots that it was about showing previous talents that they had. That's a bit of a strange thing. Aren't you the IP holders? What is happening there? Can you explain that, please? Can you help us understand, as a viewing audience, why this is an issue? We have other instances with like Zion Lanza you had brought up in your last stream, where even her, I think making her emotes live before she quote unquote had permission was used against her as a reason for her termination, right? And it's like, why is that permission there? We don't understand, It sometimes seems like there are just rules to be rules instead of actually effective enforcement that would actually help the company.
It's a psychological control thing
I'll
that
point out
basically,
here,
from a psychological standpoint, not from a lawyer standpoint, it's a tool for control. It basically ensures that every time you need to do something, right? You are afraid to do something without the permission of the management. It's very ego thing. I don't know why they need to employ such egotistical tactics when it comes to management, but there should not be stonewalled bureaucracy on things that can benefit company, because stonewalled bureaucracy usually completely devours any sort of enthusiasm a person has for the project. I don't really understand why. It's not like you are spending company money for it. It's not like you are actively pushing, the talents are actively pushing you to spend your resources personally on it. So why implement rules as if you are paying for everything they do, right? But how they said, why implement rules as if you pay for everything they do if you do not pay for everything you do?
That's true. I mean, it almost feels like a parent. Like, you're like, oh, mom, like, I need permission to do this. Dad's giving me permission to do this, like, for anything. Like, literally anything. You're on like a child like leash. Like, you can't like be free and do anything. Like, essentially, in that sense, like, it feels really like weirdly restrictive and like trapped for unnecessary reasons. And I think like just essentially, I think Selen was in the forefront of that because Selen had massive ambitions as a creator. And I think the inherent difference is, I think like people like Mr. and even people like Kyo have ambitions creatively, but Selen's creative ambitions is sort of like more community based and more like making tournaments and making connections and doing stuff with other companies, which is very much so like they want to stronghold her and like very much so like, oh, like, we need your special permission to do this and do that. It's like, I think that just like essentially just like the creativity that Selen in her sort of avenue of doing her creative avenues, I think very much so, I think that sort of would intensify this sort of like this egotistical behavior or this like super restrictive behavior, because like inherently like wanting to like collaborate with different agencies and different companies and all of these things, like I think that it just in a sense, in comparison to other people, I think it hypens that like that restrictiveness towards her. In my sort of consensus, because I don't think I've seen any other talent really like wanting to do what Selene did, in the context of like making tournaments and making community stuff, like different agencies. Like I think Selene really was the only one who's really having those ambitions.
Yeah. She definitely, Selene definitely as a person is very active and very creatively unrestrained.
Yeah.
She does whatever she wants, and she does a lot of projects, and she does a lot of stuff that requires a lot of management to work. Maybe that's why they don't like her. She forced them to work.
Possibly. I mean,
Okay.
And I think, I mean, inherently, like, you know, wanting to do, like, stuff like communicating with other agencies and things like that, I think inherently, makes their jobs a bit harder, or makes them having to work harder in that sense. Yeah.
So obviously, when we talk about like reasonableness of the administrative pipeline, right? That's not something that by itself is something that's necessarily illegal, right? However, it was a factor to go towards harassment. If they were unnecessarily delaying her, if they were knowingly stalling, if it was something like you mentioned that was in the pipeline for a year, and they knew it was coming, and they intentionally delayed in a way that's not normal, or a way that they knew, hey, there are other past livers in here, graduated livers in here, but you've known about that. You've approved the storyboard. You've approved everything else. Well, why are you holding it up? That's not in good faith. That's in bad faith.
I think it's just the fact that if she has proof that she can show evidence of this only happening to her, I think definitely that can be shown as a form of harassment. If it's showing like, oh, they only do this specifically to her, but other people, because like in the context, Maria's new cover, it has Pomu in there now, a graduated member. So I don't know what the whole like consensus of like perms for that or permissions for that went, but it's just like in the context of possibly if she can prove with the evidence that she's collected that management has specifically in certain contexts done one thing, like been more restrictive of one thing for Selene, but for somebody else they weren't, that is a form of like workplace harassment in that context.
Enna's original song "Mushroom" didn't include everything, a lot of the problems, but it didn't included a lot of really big names in terms of like production, so it probably costed a lot. Keiki and then Swan Song, like a lot of like really big people, right, involved here, that are working in the industry, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like that took probably a while to make, and the fact that she was basically supported across the entirety of the way through for it, and Selene was basically stonewalled on every single opportunity, I think it to me indicates a bit of an unhealthy workforce culture of some people being more appreciated than others, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if I know if people want to make the argument, they could be like, oh well, you know, Selene came in with music in mind, with being like like, you know, being a singer, making music, so inherently in that sense, it's like, oh well, maybe like it makes sense they would like, you know, invest more into Enna as a musician because she went in there inherently to do music, but it's like, well, there should be fairness within everybody who wants to make covers. I mean, they should be encouraging the talents to make covers. Like they inherently should. Like it's in the end of the day, like even if Selene is paying out of pocket, it's beneficial for them. Like it gets them views, it gets them traction, it grows them even further. Like they actually should be encouraging the talents to do covers. So it's like it's weird that you would like restrict her or make her less inclined to want to do covers. It's just like it just doesn't really make sense. It's like yeah, you want to like give all these resources to people who do music and are very talented in music, like that's great, but giving like talents who are like not as well versed in music or hasn't made as much music, that is actually good for growth and traction. I mean, see like Kyo and like Distant, people are really excited to see Kyo in a song. Like, it builds community, it builds traction, it builds, like, people are excited to see, like, somebody who doesn't necessarily make music. Actually, what I'm wondering also is, because Selene actually made an original song not that long, like a couple months before this cover. So I'm wondering, how did the process go with her original song? I don't think I've heard her like talk on that, because her original song wasn't that long before the cover. It was in the same year.
Yeah, it was 11. It was actually a month before.
Yeah, it was like
the
October,
cover.
November or something. It was not that long.
November.
Yeah, it was
November,
not that long
November.
before. So I'm wondering, how did the process go with that original song?
I do wonder about that. Yeah, that's kind
Like
of
that,
weird.
I think that's something that people sort of forget. I even sometimes forget. What was the process between those two? Like, why did the original song seem to go smoothly, but there was like then like this cover crashed and burned? Like, I don't really get what was like the whole entire process between the two, because I would inherently think that an original song would have a lot more of a process and more to handle than like a cover or something. I don't know.
It's just objectively, it's such a weird thing to speculate about
Yeah.
and think about from both psychological standpoint
Yeah.
and legal standpoint, because of how confusing the logic is behind this.
Yeah.
Like, no matter from which angle you look at it, it's just really confusing.
It's like, ugh. Asmongold reached out Doki Bird when she asked for people to join her on a team for something. I thought he just replied on a
Powered.
tweet.
Faith, are you
Power
doing
World.
it for
Yeah,
harassment
Power World.
purposes? Who's
Yeah.
the one who held it up?
For,
Right? Is it
Twitch
the same
rivals,
person who's
right?
guilty of harassment,
Yeah.
right? So that's some of the questions I'd want to ask there. So I don't think this defeats what it means to defeat.
Yeah, there's also this other question, because the screenshots or the evidence, quote unquote, said that they needed additional permission to show ex-Niji livers imagery in the video, but Nijisanji owns these IPs. So is it a question because Nijisanji didn't want to damage their reputation by showing these ex-livers? There's like a big question mark here. And also, secondly, what's the legal definition of harassment? Because I know you mentioned this, and I was wondering that.
Well, obviously, it
That's
can
a good
differ in different
question.
jurisdictions, America, Canada, Japan,
yeah.
right? But generally, if we're talking about a hostile workplace environment, that can be something where you're having an exercise of power over another. You are making them enter into a and obviously, if it's based on any protected characteristic, that's per se, right? So, for example, if it's because of your sex, gender, age, race, some jurisdictions, sexual orientation, right? Obviously, Canada, America, right? Things like that can be punishable. So, if it's your background, right? So, for example, one category it could be is if it is the people who do not speak Japanese versus the people that do, right? That weighs towards a type of hostile work environment for those of a particular ethnicity or national origin, right? Those that do not speak Japanese, right? And there's a different standard. They're treated differently. They're in the outclick. Yeah, that's actionable because they're making them uncomfortable based on that characteristic, right? Based on that factor. And they're exerting pressure. They're doing things that are not reasonable for management. They're outside of the standard of the industry standard or the normal standard for that corporation. It's a holistic look. It's not just a simplistic black and white. So I know people want black and white. They want that so bad. They're like, what exactly is harassment? Well, the same thing in two different scenarios. It can be harassment in one and not harassment in another.
Okay.
Right? So, for example, if I say, I only bring coffee for hot dudes, and I bring false coffee every single day, and False feels super uncomfortable for that, right? Like, normally, and he sues, right? You know, like there's different scenarios versus if I just brought coffee for everybody and I give everybody a coffee, right? They're just getting a coffee, right? It's still coffee, right? Coffee in one case is harassment, coffee in the other is not. Got it?
Hello,
Got it. So-
HR.
It's the meme. You guys have seen that meme, right? The hello HR meme.
Yes.
Yeah, you look nice today. Yeah. That's the one. Just pull it up. If it doesn't come up in like 2 seconds, I'm not
But he
gonna.
generally does laugh like that.
Did not come up right away. Internet fail. Black company financially. Claim.
I literally immediately see this and like their argument is like fucking stupid and invalid. Like literally, like she's like, claim Selene lost $15,000 making her cover, yeah, because she didn't get to upload it. That's the point. And then it's like, oh well, Maria says she didn't make profit from her like covers as well. Yeah, the whole point is she lost the money because she didn't get to upload it on her channel. That's why she, you know, quote, like lost the money, quote unquote, because the difference is, yeah, she spent the money, but she didn't get to upload it on her channel and keep it up on her channel. So she, like, initially, she lost the money she invested in her project, but Maria has her covers on the channel uploaded. I don't know what point they're trying to make, like, to me.
Okay,
like,
let me link you the human resources thing meme. Yeah, I found it.
okay.
This is the original one.
Can we say I can show it on stream?
This is like the this is probably like the meme, like the definition of like
we see.
Also, I found, yeah.
I mean, we show it to the stream. Image.
This is the also the immediately a really funny interpretation of it.
Okay, so it's this. What is this? So, know the work rules. Looking good, Susan.
Allie, you're sweet.
Oh, inappropriate. Looking good, Susan. Hello, human. Oh, okay. Oh, hey.
Yeah, this is like the definition of corporate harassment, effectively. Yeah, that's the definition he makes. Like, in one situation, something can be harassment, and on the other hand, something cannot be harassment. And it's just like difference in approach to something. Like even from the side of this lady, on one side, she does not do anything and call human resources. On the other, she immediately discriminates based around how the person looks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's harassment. That's considered harassment. Also, the immediate funny interpretation of the meme I found just really funny.
Okay. Wait, can I get the image again?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine. No. I just want chat to see. I'm just laughing at something they can't even see.
Yeah. Makes sense.
God, this VOD is gonna be like a bajillion hours long. It's gonna
It's
a
long.
podcast now.
It's a podcast featuring VTuber.
I'm Jim, and I'm made of sugar.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Call human resources. Ants are eating Jim.
Hello, human resources. Jim was so sweet.
Poor Jim.
Literally, poor Jim.
R.I.P. Jim.
R.I.P. Jim. Yeah.
He lost to ants.
Yeah.
Ellen lost $15K making her last cup of coffee cover and made no profit last year because she spent 20,000 Canadian dollars on projects. This is any
it would have been nice. She spent only 20,000.
Maria said, each cover. Once again, who's Maria?
That's another Nijisanji.
I think I did see a clip of her talking about this.
Okay, Nijisanji. Thank you, Pulse. Each cover is why you're here. Each cover is minimum 3 to 4K, and sometimes up to 8 to 9K, sometimes over. All in all, making covers is not profitable. I don't do it because it's profitable, because it's not. I mostly do it for myself. I do it because I enjoy singing, and by making covers, I'm able to see myself improve. Maria further breaks down the cost of cover songs and emphasizes they are not for profit. Do you know how much a cover song costs? Do you know how many cover songs I've done up to now? 90% of the time, cover songs are not monetized, so it's 100% in the red.
That's so bullshit argument. That's not an argument.
What?
And
that is not an argument. That's not an argument. Okay, I know he will bring it up because he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
But the thing about this is not how profitable a cover is. The profit is not an issue of the cover. It's not. You don't make money off cover songs. That's not a thing that's happening. Like, even in the industry, when you do a cover song, you don't do it to make a profit. That's not what the problem is. The problem is that Selene's $15,000 investment was immediately shut down and completely thrown out into the trash.
Right, like
which means she could not salvage the our promotional material. It's like the same thing as like so. For example, if a company, right, if Nijisanji buys, let's say, billboard space, right, and they spend, say, give or take $10,000 to put this billboard space and plaster Vox's smiling face all over Tokyo Wall, right? Just example. And then the billboard suddenly announces, sorry, we couldn't get the permissions from the permission people suddenly, so now all of your investment goes into the dumpster. Do you think in that situation Nijisanji would not sue the company that owns the billboard into the fucking ground for damages? I think they would.
Yeah,
There's called a damages of potential revenue caused by loss of potential of the promotional material that could have been implemented. I think it will be the same argument this guy makes, because I know how it works too.
Yeah, and I mean, also they took away the chance of her to even if, quote unquote, oh, you don't make profit, but you at least are going to make some money back. Like, they stopped her ability for making some money back from that project, and also getting, like, literally anything out of it. She lost basically everything, because you could say, yeah, the $15,000 is an investment in, like, promotion and is in channel growth, but because she didn't get to upload it, she had absolutely none of that, so she spent $15,000 and got nothing for it. She spent a year of her time working on something, and they completely cut it away from her, which is inherently, yeah, like, you stopped her from being able to do her investment. It'd be entirely different if Niji paid the $15,000, but she paid it out of pocket, which is an inherent thing, it's an inherent difference. And I actually don't understand how this person doesn't realize that. Like, this document's brain dead. Like, this argument is actually brain dead. Like, I don't understand how they don't realize that. Like, I don't think it takes, like, that... I'm dumb, okay? I have low IQ, but this is, like, minus IQ. Like, this is, like, common sense. This is literally the equivalent... just having basic common sense. Like, I don't know how you don't realize that. It's, like, the whole point of the argument is because Selene didn't get to upload the cover. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter about Molly. Like, what Malia says at this point is irrelevant, because she got her investment, because she got it uploaded. All her covers, she was able to upload her covers. So... and
she got back the PR equivalent of that, and through the PR equivalent of that, she made the money back. Mm-hmm. What a surprise! Selene didn't do that. Selene couldn't do that. Selene didn't get the chance to do that. And that's what makes it inappropriate in the corporate scene to shut down and completely block out a video that caused her actual physical damages to her revenue and to her entire thing. It's just like,
yeah, and
I don't know.
And it's like it's like an aspect to look at. She didn't say she lost money because of her original song. She didn't say she lost like $30,000. Or I don't know the estimated amount of what her original song is, but she's not acknowledged losing any money from that, because she got it uploaded, because she got her investment from that. Like, she hasn't, like, she's not stated anything about, like, losing money from that like, that original song, or being screwed over by that original song, because she actually got to upload her product. She got the investment that she invested into that song back by the reimbursement of growth, subscribers, traction, that aspect of things. So I just think that this argument is entirely just stupid and invalid, like, completely.
Yep.
It is, however, seen as a bit of a marketing tool, right? So you may not be seeing immediate, monetary results directly back on that video itself, but perhaps you're seeing more subs, perhaps you're getting a new viewership.
Doesn't Malia still got a cover song with Zion still up? That's actually a good argument to make. I forgot about this. So, before Zion graduated, Malia uploaded a duet song with Zion, and it's still up to this day. I think I can literally find it, but Zion's name is, like, I think Zion's name is not included, but it's still up on her channel from last time I saw it. So it's, like, it's a weird, like, thing where it's like, okay, so you couldn't have their silhouettes in this music video, but...
It's there. Yeah, it's there 1 year ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. I'm pretty sure it's just her Zion's name is like
Yeah.
crossed out.
Zion's name is not there, but it's mentioned in the description.
Wait, do I see it here? Oh yeah, that is, yeah. Yeah, and Zion's is
Zion Lanza is mentioned in the description.
Yeah, and it's like Zion's literally there. If we look at it, Zion is literally there. Like they did nothing, didn't edit or anything. Yeah,
Like,
Zion.
the
That's
whole,
Zion. Her design, her model was literally there. Like they didn't do anything.
Yeah, like genuinely, they turned off the comments.
Yeah, they turned off the comments. They didn't even edit the description.
No, they didn't.
And yeah, and Zion's still there, and then it's like, bro, it's like, and then then her channel, they did not like. It's just it shows complete just.
It's the previous signs of everything happening. It basically, to me personally, indicates that the some people get free passes on the same things, others do not, and that's not a good look for anyone involved. That definitely is not a good look for anyone, because in legal scene it can be used, and I imagine that's what Selene, aka Doki Bird, had in her documents, that she could prove effectively that there are situations in which there's preferential treatments towards some people, like a Zion, like Maria Marionette, or Luca, or anyone other, compared to her, because nobody else ever experienced trouble with getting former talents on their
And also,
videos.
and also we need to add the fact is that the Zion thing, or having Zion on your cover, is more of like actually an intensive situation in the fact of she's a terminated talent. She's not a graduated talent. She was terminated, and she was terminated on pretty like in a negative way. Like it wasn't positive. So like there would be, it would make a lot more sense to take more action on a terminated member than a graduated member, but they showed leniency on keeping that cover up by and it shows that they were aware of the cover because they took action obviously by she graduated. No, Zion was terminated. Was she not terminated?
Zion was terminated.
Oh no, wait, Malia. Oh no, sorry. Malia has a new song with Promo in it. She graduated. Oh no, okay. Oh no, they're talking about something else. Yeah.
That's the same also thing. That's the same thing. She not only has mention of Pomo in there, like
Pomo's in the title.
Of, it was in the title.
Yeah.
And the Pomo was participating in the song actively.
She was in the thumbnail and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to it yet. I was gonna do a video on it, but yeah. Yeah, she's in it and everything. Like that, it's like
that's really annoying to me. That's genuinely annoying to me. Like genuinely.
I mean, yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. Yeah, like it makes no sense. Like and in the context of a graduated like a terminated member, it makes so much more sense that you would take action, and it shows inherently. By they took Zion out of the title, they disabled the comments. They're aware they did something. Like they're aware of it. They were aware of it. They took some sort of action, but why is their action so much more lenient in comparison to Selene's? They already didn't even let her up with the entire thing. Like if we're going for the same sort of fairness, then that Zion Malia cover should be completely gone. It should be unlisted.
Yep.
But it's still there.
Yeah, it's just just confusing.
Yeah.
Didn't have the chance to get return on her investment, even though it wasn't in monetary value. There's this like intrinsic value with,
point.
I don't know, a brand recognition, a marketing tool, increase in sub that she didn't get to have for her $15,000 investment. So any corporation that invested like a huge amount of money into an ad, if that ad didn't make it through on broadcast, they would also be upset about it. I think it's a completely fair assessment.
As I said,
it was a very timed release on Christmas night for Nijisanji in Japan. It was just a Monday morning and the next day, right? So
That is very, very salient point. It's like if you paid for a billboard ad and they just didn't
Yeah.
let you put the billboard up,
Yeah.
like, clearly you've lost out on marketing damages, right? So that's what you're paying for. You're paying to market yourself, and brands pay a shit ton of money to market themselves.
Oh yeah.
You know,
A shit
so,
ton of money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's real.
insane
That's
amount
a
of
real
money,
power.
yeah.
Grow your subs, grow your fan base, and you know, if you took that to court, we look at damages, right? You could definitely demonstrate damages from that. You could say, look, here's what I paid, right? Here's what I'm saying. This, I had an expectation. When you look at remedies in the law in the U.S., you look at your expectation damages. So what did I expect from this? I expected my subs to grow. I expected my channel to grow, and thus my revenue will grow by this.
Does this time equate into that? We could say like, oh, I spent like a year of my time into something.
Time,
and then-
effort, and potentially resources put into projects necessarily needs to necessarily equate some sort of return.
Yeah.
And if that return has been denied, it's some that's a delicious steak
Yeah.
for any competent lawyer to latch on, because that can be paid like in hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages. Especially if a big amount of resources has been invested.
Right?
Oh.
And that's how you calculate damages. That's how you calculate speculative damages, but that's not purely speculative. It's a reasonable expectation. You put in marketing, you get something back. That's reasonable. So they would look at, for example, other things she's done and what she gained as a percentage of those previous, so past performance. They would use that to predict that future loss, if this was a case, right? Next.
Just to debut.
Yeah.
I mean, can we also like acknowledge that as far as demographics go, VTubers are generally in their 20s,
Yeah.
right?
Sure.
And
Sure.
sometimes they're coming across big flows of cash, and they
I
want
don't even understand this argument. I don't think anybody is saying like no Nijisanji member like makes profit like at all. Like I don't think anybody is like saying that. So I don't even understand.
I think this is grasping at straws.
Yeah, because, like-
like
You can't say, oh, somebody else is making profit, so it invalidates this other person in the company who's saying they're not making profit. Like that's not how that works. Like that's not an argument. Like if they can prove that they didn't make profit, like that doesn't fix anything. Doesn't help anything. Like still shows that she didn't make profit. Like I don't understand how other people like are they saying that she's lying? Like that's the only real consensus I can make. Like I like by showing like other people saying they make profit. Is that like are you inherently saying that? Are you saying she's lying about not making profit? Or like
I don't
what's
get
the
it.
argument?
Like I don't really get what's the argument. Like genuinely, I do not understand.
Like so who's saying that? They're saying that saying Pomu. Saying Claude's made some kunai, Aya, Doppio, and also like okay, to be fair, okay, like initially like saying, oh, I quit my job in order to like be in be Niji full time doesn't essentially like mean that oh you're 100% making profit. Like maybe it's to a certain extent it means you're making enough, like you may be making the bare minimum to like live, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like you're making like 100% profit, like a livable, comfortable wage essentially. And Pomu left her job like when Niji was smaller. Like doesn't necessarily mean that she quit her job. It doesn't mean that she was like, because I feel like this person's trying to like push the narrative like, oh, you know, like these livers are like they're fine, they make good money, they're living comfortably. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that. Like, it doesn't mean somebody quit their 9 to 5 to be a streamer full time that they're like living a comfortable wage, because a lot of streamers do that. A lot of streamers do actually, even as individuals, quit their 9 to 5 to pursue their dream of being a creator. Doesn't mean they're making great money.
The thing about this is like it's very easily it's not as hard to go full-time in content creation, depending on how active you are in the sphere and how do I say it? How active you are in pursuing the really big projects, really big collaborations, really big things like that. If you are doing your own thing and basically going on a down low, I would imagine having 10,000 subscribers, an active fan base, is plenty to live off of. That you don't really need anything anymore.
Oh.
Well, active. I mean, active. Like it depends. Like if
Oh.
you stream actively, if you do receive active stuff, depends on statistics.
Okay,
Like
well,
10
Sag.
to 20. Yeah, 10, 20 things, kind of like that, right? It's just like it depends on the algorithm again, but it's like, again, I've seen people living comfortably off 10,000 subscribers myself. I've seen people live comfortably off 5,000. It just depends on the demographics, and some people don't do that, right? Some people don't get that, obviously, right? Some people need a bit bigger numbers because they have different needs or different how to say it, different approaches to content, different things like. But it's generally means that when you do content, it's not as hard to go full time as people think. It's just bare minimum. If you go full time, you can potentially get
Yeah, it's like you're not living comfortably. Like it is like you are sort of like minimum. Like I mean, to be transparent, what I make on my channel, this is AUD, this is Australian. I probably make about, I would say, 200 to 250 AUD a month. And I think if I streamed more, I think they'll go up, because I just think like streaming, this is why I'm streaming more. I'm going to start streaming more. Okay, I think just like streaming, having that interaction with audience, I think it gets you to make more money, because
not only because super chats, because of the membership stuff, because of all the stuff, like it effectively boosts the revenue approach. Not to mention the fact that if you do collaborate, if you do react to stuff, you will run into the thing of being claimed. Claims are a thing.
Not all my videos
make
make money. So this is obviously circumstances, but definitely if I think I stream consistently, which I'm gonna try and do, make me do that, please, chat. I think I will make more money, but yeah, like essentially it depends on different circumstances. It depends on the content, what you do. Like, subs don't automatically equal views. Doesn't mean that 18,000 subscribers doesn't mean I'm getting like 18,000 views a video. I wish I was getting 18,000 views a video. That'd be great, but it's not essentially how that works. Sadly, subscribers don't mean views. So it kind of depends on the circumstance.
Use it. They want to, turn it around very quickly, and maybe they don't have that financial knowledge. Maybe they need that management, and is that being provided of any kind? Is that to be an expectation, right? That's different expectations as far as what management is going to be providing when they actually come into the agencies.
And
expectation value.
Yeah, and with the previous Nijisanji termination with Zion Lenza, she did come out and say after that she was pretty much in the red for several months because she had to invest.
I think another argument to make. I've seen people be like, oh, well, she's an adult, so she made the decision to spend all her money on projects. But the point is, when you're in a company, there should be people giving you sort of financial help, as in guidance financially. If I feel like they shouldn't just sit there. Your manager shouldn't just sit there and be like, oh, okay, yeah, spend all your money on projects. What are you doing as a manager? Why would you do what the fuck are you doing then? What are you doing? You're just sitting there jerking off? What is your manager doing? You're just sitting there. Okay, alright, Selene, yeah, spend your life savings on. Oh, how much did you make this month, Selene? Oh, you made $20,000, Selene. Selene, what are you spending on this project? $20,000. All right, that sounds great, Selene. Spend all your money. What are they doing?
Yeah. They have to manage. They have to do some quality control of how maybe instead of spending the money on the project, maybe it's more efficient if you wait a little bit and get the next month, for example. You get the next month money, and then you keep that $20,000 of this month, and you place them somewhere on a bank account, and you have that as your life stuff to use as the life amount for the foreseeable future, right? For maybe your food, your basic lively expenses, you use that $25,000 there, and then you spend the money that you gain on top of that. You spend it on the project, and that's how you make profit. That's how you apply the savings. That's how you make yourself this work viable, right? It's just like don't necessarily spend everything you have in the moment. That will not be paying off in the long run.
I mean, because there's no excuse because they have record of how much you're spending. They have to know. Like, you have to tell them and give them, like, there has to be a record of the money that you're spending. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, they're aware of that and they have a record of that. And, like, I think that does show incompetency or them just not giving a fuck if they're not even going to say anything. Just like, okay, so yeah, spend your life savings, spend everything on, you know, your project. They make no profit at all. Like, I feel like that shows, like, that they don't give a shit, like, inherently to some extent. Like, I feel like if a manager cared, they would say something, or they would never let that happen. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
In a large debut,
I would hope a manager wouldn't let them just spend all their life savings. I mean, not their life savings, but all the money they make.
She had to work hard to pay back this initial debt that she had going into Nijisanji.
Cool. Yeah, and I've said this before, I'll say this again, and I think this is something, I mean, we got 14,000 people watching, and I assume that some of them are VTubers or potential content creators. I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Paying a lawyer to just review the document. I'm not saying engage them permanently, right? Give them a one-time, one-off, just review my contract, please. That is worth it. That will save you stuff to tell them what you need to worry about, what you need to worry about paying for, what you need to ask about, what you might want to get in writing, right? I think that would be worth it. If it's like, look, if it's, you know, $200, $300 to get a contract review, I know for some people that's a lot of money, but I think if you're talking about a potential windfall of hundreds of thousands or even potentially over time, millions, right? I mean, if you're very successful, right? It's worth it. Right, it's worth it. I can't stop the crazy train. Can't stop it.
You got a lot of support for this.
I know. Debunking the claim that it has no
the
rails.
viewership on the stream is insane.
Nijisanji livers do not profit from the company. Rosimi's stream. I quit my job today because streaming was profitable enough for her to stop being an office lady and stream.
Yeah, what a stupid argument.
Well, yeah,
it's a stupid argument,
right?
yeah.
Just because one person is
good for her.
It's like a lot.
I don't think this pause has made a single, like, valid argument. The only thing I saw was semi-valid was, like, saying, like... No, I actually don't think they made a single valid argument. Yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah, they haven't made any single...
This is like a basic logical fallacy.
Like, this is... I feel like this is making me more... Like, this is making me feel smarter about myself. Like, that I'm not this stupid to make, like, a document like this. That I'm at least, like... I'm at least smart enough to not be this fucking dumb. It makes me feel a little bit smarter, you know? My IQ, like, a little bit. I don't have 39 IQ. I think this person might be dumber than Daft. Like, it might be like, they might have lower IQ than 39. Possibly, I don't know. I mean, not trying to throw shit at Daft. This is what Legal Mindset said. Like, 39 IQ take. I have nothing against Daft, but you know, this possibly has this person has minus 39 IQ.
To take the LSAT to get in to law school, there's like basic logic. It's like A equals C. That doesn't mean B is equal C, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Equals profitable does not mean that.
Like, this doesn't even take a rocket scientist to to defute. This is literally common sense. This is literally basic common sense. Like,
this is basic common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer or a psychologist to look at it.
Like, we don't even, like,
this is dumb.
Like, inherently, like, Legal Mindset, we don't even need a lawyer to look at this. Like, it's literally common sense. Like, people can debunk this easily without a lawyer. Like, it is that is how, like, bad some of these, like, takes are. Like, I don't know if this person, like, typed it out and just didn't read it again, or they were typing this while their eyes were closed. I don't know. I mean, that they spell better than me, but they can't think better than me. I don't know.
On this profit, right? So yeah, that's, I don't know. Likewise, Palma was able to quit her job to stream full time. Okay.
Honestly, I had more respect for this person. It ended up this week was a shit post document.
Palma Rainpuff was an office lady. She had an office job. She kept this job after her debut. She kept this job after her debut for health benefits. That
why not?
That she kept, and because she was going into a major surgery just a few months after she
didn't know that.
debuted, and then after that, she quit her job.
I wasn't watching at the very beginning. I think I started watching It must have been. I think it was it was a little bit before Luxie. I'm saying it was Euphoria. I think I started watching. I think the first person I watched was Nina. So it was like a little bit before Luxie. So I wasn't watching at the beginning.
So it's not as though there's all these benefits and packages also that Nijisanji is offering, right? Like, to our understanding, it's more of a contractor job, but it's on a big scale. It's on a big stage. So we would eventually hope that yes, you can go full time.
Yeah.
That's the hope. That's
Yeah.
great. But
Like
it's
I think it's not crazy to think. I think people who would go into like one of the biggest agencies probably have the expectation in thinking that they could go full time. I don't think it's a crazy expectation to have. Like thinking, oh, if I get into Nijisanji En, I could be a full-time streamer. Like, I don't think it's crazy. I mean, if you were an indie with those numbers, 100% you could be you'd be full-time. Or you could go full-time. I think Hong has a health condition. I actually did not know that.
from guess who? You guys, the audience, right?
Yes,
That's
yes,
it.
yes. Gonna find it. Okay, we're not done yet. Claude, I've been super fortunate not only to cover my expenses, pick up upgrades, and on top of that, put more to my student loans. That is fucking awesome. Now I feel comfortable doing
it's like
more stuff
great
and have
for
more
you.
fun.
I'm happy for you. What the fuck is your argument?
Kunai says about
Yeah.
how did Nijisanji pay for their flights to Niji Fest, so like Hollow Fest, right? And fancy
Yes.
dinner with the CEO. Thank you. In two separate streams.
Well, I didn't
Niji,
know she had a
please, I know
fancy
you
dinner
flew
with
me out
the
at no
CEO.
cost yourself, just so you could give me the
Damn.
experience, just so I could write on the wall, meet other people, but do it again? Question mark. It was really
That,
not.
that would be funny though. Doki like tweets, "Oh, Tazumi invited me to a fancy dinner with him. Paid for the flight and everything." I don't know.
Nice of them to treat us to a really fancy dinner. That was really cool of Niji-Sanji En to fly us out and do that.
Okay.
So he got. Go ahead.
Well, I just
Yeah,
don't
Tazumi,
think
come
it's
on.
it's pretty common for
ask Doki
companies
for
to
a nice
treat you to
dinner.
fancy
Take
dinners
Doki
from
for a
time to
fancy
time, or to
dinner.
pay for some of your travel expenses. I feel like
Ah,
we're
yes.
setting the bar
Doki,
super low
did
for
you nearly
Nijisanji,
game end
and as soon
yourself?
as
Let's
they-
go. Let's give
okay,
you
for
let's
one
give you some
thing,
fried chicken.
People just
Yeah.
wave that.
Flight to Japan, some nice like fried chicken. You know, it was
Yeah.
like
Totally
Yeah.
solves all the problems.
feed her some dragon. You know, to remind her
Yeah.
of her time with Selene.
Yeah, totally.
And then he brings like a tab when he replays the apology video again. I mean, he does like the dance. Maybe he does like a nice dance. Oh, fancy dinner on the yacht. Yeah. Invites Doki on the yacht. They have like a nice like drive together, eating fancy dinner together. You know. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
As a proof of evidence that hey, look, you know, they're a good company. They invited me to dinner.
They bought me dinner once, right?
Once.
Once again, that doesn't establish a
question-
pattern of
did
behavior.
he ever buy
and certainly
Selene
not a
dinner?
standard. Now, if it was used in a way to foment harassment, right? Like, for example, if everybody else in Nijisan EM was given all these perks and Selene Tatsuki wasn't, then that would be a big
Oh.
problem.
So this
right?
could play against.
Would that inherently be favoritism if like the CEO only invited like one or two members to like a fancy dinner, he never had a fancy dinner with anyone else? Would that show a form of favoritism? That like he's interacting like one-on-one and buying dinner for individual talent, but like not for others.
It's not really. I think it's just like it depends on how it's framed. Like
Yeah.
if you're the best one ever, and nobody else gets dinner because your salts suck, that's bad.
Yeah.
And if it's just like you had this really big breakthrough, and everyone else is kind of currently working on their own stuff, right? You had this really big breakthrough. Let's celebrate it together. I'm gonna buy you dinner, right?
Yeah.
Just like it's kind of like
I mean, I can-
this is a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it more of Kunai's a new member. Maybe it's like a welcome dinner to her or something. I could see that because you know, Kunai's one of the newer members. Maybe it's like her first time going to Japan for a Niji thing, so he invited her to dinner. Could be something like that. Like I'm not. It would might be favoritism in the sense of like, you know, every single time they go to Japan, only Vox gets invited to a fancy dinner with Tazumi. It's like he has like a fancy like 5 times, 10 times. Like no one else has ever had dinner with Tazumi. I think that maybe then that would be like favoritism. But I guess I can't really say if it is or not. But within the context of maybe it's because she's like a newer member, maybe he's like welcoming her in. Maybe that's like could be like the context to that.
I mean, Yagu kind of does like specifically sit down with several people with the new team members to like introduce themselves to the company. He likes a hands-on approach like that. That's just how it is. For example, yeah.
But the question is, does he have a yacht though? That's a real question. It was on a yacht.
Man.
That's what would make Tazumi a better CEO if it's on a yacht. Like, does Yago take their talents out on a yacht to eat dinner?
Yeah, does the Yago takes out his talents on a golden yacht?
Yeah, that would be one up. Yeah, that would be one upping him. It's like a golden yacht, like from like a Mr. Beast video.
Against them is what you're saying.
If speculation, assumption, a lot of stuff going on there, or they could just be cheap and not pay for everybody, right? Which is probably more likely the case, right?
Hey, he's got to save his money. He's just a billionaire.
Was able.
Billionaires need to save money.
Thank you. Was able, usually as a Y, but anyway, was able to pay off her student loan less than a year after debuting at Niji. Dopio.
Good for
you guys have given me so
her.
much financial freedom. It's an absolute blessing. I feel so lucky. Never in my life have I felt so free to do what I want because of you guys. Thank you for supporting me financially to the point where I never have to worry about finance.
Actually, I just forgot about this. Also, to like realize the point of this, this isn't even the company because this money comes from the fans. So technically, it's not even the company. Inherently, it's like it's because of the fans.
Yeah.
Technically, it's not even because of the company. Inherently, it's because of the money that gets donated to them by their viewers. So essentially, it's not even because of the company itself. Like, this isn't even technically because of Niji. This is because of the viewers. This is because of their fan base. Like it's not like you can say this because Niji gives them a base salary. Like, Niji doesn't help them in that sense financially. So this isn't even like a good argument in that sense. Like, if Pomu was like, oh, because of the salary, like the base salary that Niji gives me helped me in quitting my job, then yes. But they don't do that. Like, technically, it's because of the fan base in donating the money. So it's not even the company. I don't even know what this person is even what argument they're trying to make. It's like, oh wow, this company's so great because they go full time, or that invalidates Selen's argument. I don't even know. Like, bro.
Okay. Once
I mean,
again,
a part of this is, hey, I'm attributing my success to being in this company, right? How much does that play into them, and their fear of ever leaving the company and the actual
That's true.
Repercussions after that? Do they feel that they wouldn't have that financial success?
Right, they wouldn't have that financial stability
after the company. There's
which is an understandable fear to have.
Precedent, yes, to show that you can have success outside of the company, but be it with another agency or be it as an indie. So there's success all around, right? It's just not wholly unique to just being within Nijisanji.
Yeah.
Livers speak out against Nijisanji black company claims. Luca says, when people shit talk the company we work for, I don't like that. It makes us feel better too. Are you kidding me? It demotivates us. Obviously, we've voiced our own problems. I think everyone has. I have my fair share of things off stream that I have problems with. I can be upset, but in reality, is it bad? I'd prefer not to stream anymore, to quit doing this. Absolutely not. Every workplace has its bad stuff. I've worked all sorts of jobs. Nothing compares. I've signed a contract that dictates everything I'm supposed to do, not do. I can't be mad at it. I signed it. That's all I have to say about it.
I mean, it's not because you sign a contract. And at the point of the contract, these livers, they probably didn't have a large following behind them. They probably didn't have a lot of negotiating power. So even if they did have a lawyer review it, would they still pass up on the opportunity? Like, I feel like we're given the illusion of choice there when there's not that much choice to be made. And yes, you can be like, well, you signed a contract, now suck it up. But if we keep having these expectations, we would never move forward. We wouldn't have unions. We wouldn't have better working condition. I don't think it's like crazy to ask for better contracts, regulations.
You know, any
Yeah, and
color
also-
and Nijisanji are not in a vacuum here, right? Like, if they're going to have an actual impact on the business environment with VTubing agencies, then why are we going with the lowest common denominator here? Why would we
Yeah.
champion that at all?
Yeah, well
And-
said.
And even further than that, like, yes, you sign a contract, but you can't contract away the law. Just like I can't say I contract to murder somebody. That's illegal. You can't do that, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
like no, you can't do it, right? There's a famous case in law school. There's actually a really famous case where there was a cannibal, and this was a cannibal who actually found somebody who wanted to be eaten, right, voluntarily.
Oh wait, I think I've heard
right?
about
They
this.
signed a contract.
Yeah, I know
they
this
put it
case
very
too.
clear. There was express consent. There was video recorded. It was tape recorded. All the proof in the world. That person was tried for murder.
It's
Right?
insane.
So because they ended up ultimately doing it, right? Like it's not okay. There's a floor, right?
I think there's
Labor
there
laws are a floor.
there are some legal loopholes here that basically would have allowed this person to get away with it, but the prosecution was able to rope in some elements of the event, quote unquote, into saying that this specific thing was not agreed to, right? So this specific thing can be the cornerstone of the case against this person who ate the other person, right? And this is how they built the case, even though they're legally it could have been like completely foolproof, but it was not foolproof because some parts of the recording showcased the lack of consent to certain specific things.
Oh, God.
Like, for example, the person passed out before they could end the deal, right? The person passed out. So from this point onward, they could not have consented to anything that happened to them because they were passed out.
Could there also be the argument of like mental insanity that somebody like consenting that probably is not in their right mind? Like, can there be the argument this person wasn't in the mentally sane, like wasn't mentally in the right sort of, wasn't right in their head mentally at that moment to give proper consent to something like that? Is there like a mental insanity like argument for that?
It depends, really. Like back then, in that case, I don't think mental instability was considered because there was a little more obvious way to approach it in terms of like the person really did drive like a long way to this person, so there was explicit consent and explicit ability to function in a society enough to have a car, have a job, go to this person, drive to this person, talk to this person, consent, right? So signed contract. He had the person had the full legal capacity to consent to this. However, the pure factor that they passed out before they died means that they could not, in right consciousness, consent to to the act of being dead. Right,
because
like if they were,
because for all we know in a hypothetical, if they were conscious of their time, they could have resisted. They could have
resisted.
They could have back out now. You know.
Yeah, I want to back out now. Like if it would have were to happen, like for example, they were like, I'm good, until the end of the time that they kind of like pass away, right? They pass away, that means they passed away because of their own consent, right? They were in full capacity of thinking. They didn't use the ability to back out of this, and this can be utilized as like argument that, well, this death was completely consensual. You cannot do anything here legally, right? Morally, that's a different question, but legally, you cannot do anything legally. If a person remains in consciousness and they're just like, no, I'm good. It's not like you can prosecute a person who like commits, unalive by jumping off something. Like you cannot, because they were consenting to the fact that they are no longer wishing to be alive, right? It's basically it'd be treated legally as if it was an assisted, end of life, personal end of life. They effectively enforced other person to end their own life, legally speaking. I might be saying baloney here in some aspects, but the gist of it, but the gist of it remains.
I mean,
the
this
same.
is not really a real like
It's a very gray area.
situation that happens in most cases. Like,
Yeah, it's a
you
very
know,
gray area. It's an incredibly gray area. Like, it's,
like,
it's
I guess
it's
in a sense, would it be, I guess, consensual of like, okay, I'm sitting in an electric chair and I'm like, I give the thumbs up, like, please pull it and kill me. Like, I guess, like, does it count as consensual? I guess in that sense,
I
I'm
guess
consciously
so,
there as I'm
yeah.
dying, or like I'm consciously there, like giving the consent as it's happening. Like I am consciously there. I don't know. Like I don't know. This is a gray area that we shouldn't be talking about. I think we should just move on at this point.
Even if you contract, you can't. Even if the contract said you could do it, if it's below that, it's impermissible, right? And if the way they're doing it falls below a standard, that's impermissible. If it creates a hostile work environment, that's impermissible. So all these things you have to take together, right? Together, to see, okay, what environment did that create for them? So once again, black company, okay, just because you call something a black company, what does that mean? Well, what we need legally is we need to show workplace harassment. We need to show more labor law violations. The name alone isn't as big of a thing as the actual activity. So whether or not, look, trying like the OP trying to debunk whether Nijisanji is a black company or not, that really isn't relevant to the application of this for the instant case of Selin, right? It could have wronged Selin. It's possible that Nijisanji could have wronged Selin and not wronged other folks, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be wronging other folks as well. We don't know that, but for this analysis, this is not a great.
And again,
I mean that's how like workplace harassment like literally works. It's like the point is like other people can have a great time, but an individual who's being harassed can have a terrible time. And does them having quote unquote a good time just invalidate the person that's being harassed and having a bad time? Like is that essentially what this is saying? It's saying, oh well, these members say that this is not a black company and I like being here, so it invalidates Selen's claims of not enjoying being in the company, being harassed. Like, no, it does not invalidate her own experiences, like, at all. Like, I don't know what this person's trying to argue, like...
The outlier here is we don't have other agency VTubers coming out in defense of their actual companies, being called this or that, right?
Right.
They have other resources, whether it be managers, whether it be more forward-facing PR entities that can actually speak to things like this. So it is getting a lot of attention when these particular actual livers are talking about it, because they're out there.
They probably should not be talking about it.
Speaking
it's not
for the
good PR.
company in ways that no other agency VTubers are doing.
Right.
Yeah, which is odd.
Really working hard. Nijisanji managers frequently take over their livers accounts. Oh, so now they're trying to normalize this. Okay. Ren denies this in response to mass speculation that managers force livers. So Alira Pandora said, listen to the video. This is the famous quote-unquote hostage video. Not my name for it, but, the name that someone else
hostage
called it.
video,
A
Jesus.
message from Nijisanji.
Down.
It was important if you take a listen. Thank you. And then somebody said, did you even write this tweet, and Ren? And then he responds, yes, I did. Please stop assuming things. This proves nothing.
Yeah, this proves nothing. It's not because in this particular time he wasn't forced or somebody didn't manage his account for him that in other cases this wasn't the case. And Nijisanji admitted this themselves in the graduation notice for Selin Tatsuki. Right. So I don't even know why they're trying to refute this point here. This makes the overall document.
Yeah, it's like one instance of it not happening does not invalidate the fact that it has happened because they really admitted to doing it. Like, bruh.
They should have taken out this argument altogether.
Yeah, this is a shitty ass argument. It's a really shitty argument. I mean, they self-snitch on that. What they should argue is, here's the better argument. It's fully permissible under the contract for Nijisanji to take over your social media. And they're not wrong, right?
No.
Because they can do that for
they
brand,
own it,
it's
they
their
can
IP,
do that, yeah.
right? So there's precedent for that.
If I may just for a moment, the issue
screenshots.
comes from a year ago with Zion Lonzo. So there was suspicions that there was what was known as stealth suspensions. When you are effectively put on ice, you're not allowed to actually touch any of your social media accounts, whether it be streaming, whether it be your Twitter. You are not allowed to interact with that. You're effectively locked out of your socials while you're on the suspension. Now, the issue comes with they effectively endorsed her lying about the reason why that she would give while she was gone on the suspension. And now there is a major issue of trust with anybody communicating, any of the livers communicating whenever they're suspected of being under duress or actually being potentially suspended. Because as we had from this firsthand account, one girl's story, that we now know the management did endorse lying about the reasoning while they were suspended. And that's why these questions come up. And again, what proof can we actually have?
On it. No! What is this?
Oh my god.
Oh
Katie in
my
the
God.
background,
Horse
of course.
girl.
It's
Oh
like
my
looking
God.
into a mirror. It's amazing.
It's
This is Rima.
I don't know what to
This
think
is
of
Rima.
this.
Why?
I want to say thank you,
It's
but
in the chat for Rima. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's great. I love
Amazing.
the phone too, like the shimmer off the phone there.
wait, False looks really cool in that
Yeah, he
fan
does.
art.
Yeah.
He looks kind of
Yeah,
badass.
down.
Yeah.
I got my a-hole smile going on. It's my
Why couldn't I
signature.
look badass?
Everybody loves
It's
the
fine.
horse.
You're a
Come
horse
on.
girl,
That's
Rima.
fair.
They do.
Yeah. All
It's
right,
a very
guys.
detailed horse mask.
Appreciate all
Don't worry, it's fine.
It's really good artwork.
I love this, and Elwin says, "I feel like I'm watching the Avengers of VTube over here." Thank you. Well, with 14,000, it's fair to say we're one of the biggest things in
That is crazy.
in the VTubing
That's
sphere
actually
right now.
crazy.
So
Yeah.
thank you so much for the streams. We, the fans and outsiders alike, have learned a lot. I guess I should thank this drama for introducing me to many channels, including you and today's guest. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so glad everybody here.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a good part of it.
You guys are so
Mhm.
welcome, so funny. I just have fun with this, and we're learning, and I'm happy to share.
Yeah, I mean,
knowledge.
it essentially created a trend, which is crazy. That they're so incompetent, it created its own trend where now, yeah, people are joining forces together, which is kind of crazy.
You guys are teaching me. So this has been fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And
I have to
here-
not look at the chat or I just start giggling.
No, don't
Yeah.
look, don't look. They're like spamming like horse love.
I
You know,
know.
they did her
I
dirty.
know.
They did our girl dirty. Just horse emojis. Just and then don't bring up Vosh. I will. Anyways.
Oh no.
No.
Bad chat.
God,
Bad chat.
False's laugh is
Uh,
something.
No clapping in the chat. All right. Selen's past conflicts with management. So it says, I've written very heated messages before off stream. I've let my temper get the best of me. I've wrote very heated messages in the past. I've shown these messages to people, and they're like, holy shit, that's a bit too intense, Selen. Examples of her tweets that paint Nijisanji in a bad light. Well, before that, what do you think about just heated messages? I mean,
Heated messages.
I think that's a nothing burger, but
Yeah, it depends how we don't even know the scope of what they mean by heated. Is it like swear words, or you know, like does it fall into harassment, or is it just being pissy about something?
Yeah, like it's just.
Horses.
yeah, no, definitely. Just I think this one took me as like she's angry. You're allowed to be angry, and frankly, if you're in a situation where you're pissed off with your boss, you're gonna get angry. That's normal. You're a
That's
normal
fair,
human. Who's
yeah.
like, hey, you screwed me on this. You knew about this for a year and you screwed me. F off. That not an unreasonable reaction for a human. So,
It's not illegal
examples
to
of
be
her tweets
mad,
that
yeah.
paint Nijisanji in a bad light. So this is literally the document here.
Well, that's
Right,
not a
which we've
tweet she
seen.
made. That's a screenshot from a video that was released from the three livers.
But
Yeah.
the hostage
And actually,
situation.
this is not tweets. This is one tweet.
Oh,
Right.
the tweet at the bottom. I mean, they could have just
The
screenshot
bottom,
that,
but
yeah,
the rest
yeah.
of it is what? This is like Discord or something, I
Yeah.
guess?
Yeah, does
Yeah.
Discord
Yeah,
this
logs
is
even
messages from
hold
Reddit,
any
yeah.
sway in terms of like evidence in a court of law? Because I've been told
Really?
no.
You ask good questions. Your boy's got the answer here. Your boy's got the answer.
Okay, I'm listening.
So if you're going to go down that road, there's something in the law, at least in American law, called the rule of completeness. The rule of completeness applies to a lot of things like text messages, emails. Now, what this means is that if you're going to show part of it as evidence, you have to give the other side all of it in order for that to be used, so they can show all of it and they can show the context and they can decide to present what is relevant to the jury.
Is Rima a horse feature? You know that it's a joke. That the entire thing, I'm pretty sure it's a joke
on their side. So while you may be cherry picking it on your side, they get to show it there as well. Also, sometimes when you present stuff, they may even make you show the preceding and following tweets or the preceding and following messages, so it's not misleading for the jury, because there's a duty to not mislead, right? And not mislead the jury, not mislead the judge, not be disingenuous. So to get the whole chat log. I'm just going out here on a limb saying I don't think Nijisanji wants him to send the whole chat log.
Yeah.
Most companies wouldn't.
Probably not.
Yeah, she's a horse. But
unless
she's
they're
a
willing
fox,
to open Discord,
and everyone
up,
has called her a horse girl.
it's gonna be
I
problematic.
have to blame them for kind of thinking
Right
she
now,
looks
if
like
they're
a
willing
bit
to
like
open
a
it up
horse.
and they're willing to give all those that information, that's fine, right? Certainly, it could be discoverable. They could look into it. However, that's the problem with a lot of these Discord communities that are private, is that you're going to get into that private information. And of course, you could redact people if there was any information about them that was subject to privacy requirements of certain countries like Canada, right? You could just redact that information. So stuff like their age, their address, anything like that, you could just redact that. But yeah, you'd have to show the whole logs. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that.
Interesting.
We've all seen this. So this is the submitted on the 24th, get back on the 25th, yell at her on the 26th.
And it's all cut up, right? It's not like one long screenshot where we made there could be replies here we don't see. It was very surprising when this popped up. I was
They did a
astounded
montage. Yeah.
when this came on the screen.
This is not the true log, right? There's more here that is not being shown. They're showing their version because this is the most sanitized version, right? And it shows what's most favorable to them, obviously. So it's like they privated a video, they post it, and then there's this one. I apologize when management has privated it. Please feel free to re-upload since a lot of money was done. So that attempt to undermine, right? Which, by the way, this may have been something that is a violation here. This might have been like contractually. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing this. This tweet, number 6, might have been a breach of contract on Sellen's part, to be honest.
Yeah,
because
that's always what I kind of said. I thought like her saying like, "Oh, please upload the fans like re-upload." Like, that's one thing I can like say. I'm pretty sure it makes sense. It was a breach of contract or something by saying, "Please re-upload the cover." I feel like that might have been a little bit like overstepping in that sense. Like I feel like that would make sense if it was like breach of contract, or if it was something like. Yeah, I think that probably was overstepping a bit in the context, like contract wise,
But I do
think
that is by this point in time, Selene is quite done.
Yeah, she's. I think she's already like she basically knows she's basically kind of done at this point. She's basically checked out.
Done. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I don't think she had any plans to stay in the corporation.
Yeah.
After this entire event went down, because when an entire year of work plus $15,000 go down the drain immediately on Christmas night, I don't think you're in any mindset physically to give an absolute rat's ass about any contract, especially since she had any suicidal
and also
thoughts.
and also like even if it got re-uploaded in the time, they don't understand that the whole point of this cover was supposed to be a birthday present a Christmas present to her dragoons. It's supposed to be on Christmas. There was an entire point of like how she was uploading it was on Christmas, and they ruined that for her, which probably affected her mentally even further.
They have the perms control, even if it's unfair, right? But obviously, the more important thing is this is not something they've done to her just once. They've screwed with her multiple times. So this goes to show a pattern of harassment. It's not about this one instance. It's about the pattern that led up to this. So I think this is that's where that's relevant.
Honestly,
even
I'm
talking about
sitting
the
here
Fall Guys
imagining from a psychological standpoint, just
Mm-hmm.
like how tragic it would be if the last cup of coffee and she was successful in her attempt.
Yeah, I mean,
Like just like they would announce it, and it would literally be the last cup of coffee. This would literally be the last thing the fans ever saw from her ever.
yeah, and I mean, I think that would
That's
be like horrible if like somebody
that would be
obviously a
yeah, that would be
VTuber in a
horrible.
company. I mean, and she said yeah, like she attempted more than once because people forget that a lot of the time when you do try to take your own life, it's not like a lot of the times it's not just one attempt. Like it can
You
be
know,
like
it's not like the thoughts you have
No,
intensely.
yeah.
They're not gonna like, oh, okay, it didn't work
Yeah.
out. Okay, let's go,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Let's go, bye, guys. Goodbye. Like it's not gonna
like suicidal tendencies don't just disappear overnight. Like it's like, oh, I attempted one time, it's out of my system now. Like that's not how that works. Like
Yeah, it's not
yeah.
it's not like never gonna have those thoughts again. I'm pretty sure she is going to have those thoughts, and that's why she works herself a lot of the time because she prefers to work to
Yeah.
not overthink,
Yeah.
and that's basically how it functions.
Yeah, and I think she explained like that's why she's into gaming. It's because it's escapism for her. Like playing Apex is an escape for her. And then she was saying like on her break she was basically just playing Apex all the time because that was an escapism for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like also like people like don't realize like when you do an attempt like that, like just being in the hospital can also be like even more like emotionally straining. Like recovering in the hospital, being in the hospital, like going through the process and getting out of the hospital, that can be like even that in itself could probably be pretty mentally straining or emotionally straining. And then plus like her being in the hospital, having the company that put her in that situation constantly calling her, trying to contact her, wanting to negotiate with her and talk to her and talking to her emergency contact, I would bet that probably would make her stressed out even more.
Yeah.
And it's like it's crazy that they don't have that sort of like emotional, sympathy.
There's no empathy
Empathy.
in the management. There is no empathy in the management towards the person. Like, if I were in their place, even if it's like a big company, I don't think giving it like a month of wait before trying to solve the legal issues of everything is incorrect, because it's not like Selen or Doki can reliably make a statement
Yeah.
or reliably make negotiations, right? You can just part ways amicably
Yeah.
at any point in time. The fact that it was worded so aggressively and brazenly, the fact that it was so how to say it, so rushed and so controlled and so like basically the entire separation was so blatantly negative and so blatantly aggressive. To me, that brings more merit to the well, first of all, the big rat share in the management in favoritism, and also the fact that there was clear and very concise feeling of disdain from the management towards Selen for some reason. We don't know the reason. We can only speculate
Yeah.
the reason. But there is a clear sense of disdain from one side to another. It's not an ambiguous fact. It's not an ambiguous thing. It's a fact.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously like so many like better ways they could have handled it. Like, I just don't understand how they couldn't have just like waited for her to recover, even just like getting out of the hospital. I mean, even it would have just been a better response, even if they just waited for like a month and just like, oh hey, like for health reasons, Selen has decided to graduate.
Yeah.
Like, you, like literally could have done something like that. Like and
or we decided to part ways
Yeah.
because of creative differences.
Yeah.
Please support her moving onwards. That's it.
Like, you don't have to be, like... I don't know why there's this thing about, like, VTubing in the sense of why it feels like they need to, like, put out their dirty laundry to, like,
Yeah,
do,
it's-
like, terminations or graduations. Like, it's actually not necessarily at all
Like,
to do that.
The funny thing is, I think it was mentioned in the video. I was mentioned the fact that Rushia of all people got an amicable and a very nice termination.
Yeah,
Like
and
this insane person, like genuinely insane person, who probably caused so much internal troubles with her Menhera behavior. She probably caused so much trouble and so much like PR stuff happening behind the scenes.
And she genuinely did something worse than anything Selene and Zion combined ever did.
Yeah.
Like literally, like. And like they had, and the company had the sort of leniency to just let it go, to like let her go. It's like they could have done like an entire like shopping list. I'm sure Cover could have done that for
But that's unprofessional.
Lucia.
That's what
but that's
they
not
don't
professional.
do.
Yeah, that's not professional. It's yeah. I mean the same thing with like even Mel's graduation. I mean termination.
It was sorrowful. Like everyone talks about Mel in very pleasant terms. Like she's mentioned a lot by people. It's not like they like put her in a box and forgot about her.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like imagine if Selene did that. I'm sure the response would have been a lot like worse. Or like even if another Niji member did it, I don't think they would have reacted in the same way that Cover did. Like I'm sure they may have done it in a lot more of a distasteful way. Or
Yeah. I mean, we already have a Zion example. They basically forced several VTubers on the Nijisanji payroll. I think they were either forced or at least encouraged to spill their dirty like laundry on stream and direct fans against Zion in a very, very direct, calculated method of attack. Because they didn't attack them directly. It's just the livers sharing the experience they had with Zion.
Yeah, because it's kind of interesting because like in Yugo's graduation they like I remember Folga made a response and it was a lot more like sympathetic. It was like they were hurt by it, like they were like they were upset that Yugo had to leave. They were sympathetic about it, and like, you know, Uki was even like, oh, we fought for him to stay. Like the reactions are like so different in nature, and like the context of the responses are completely different. And
well, Yugo,
but also like their situations of like leaving are inherently different as well. Because you know, Yugo, I'm pretty sure Yugo just left because of creative differences.
Creative differences. The thing about this, Yugo was plucked from TikTok initially.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
to TikTok, and then making TikTok videos and TikTok stuff.
Yeah, because
is
you had
inherently
no streaming
completely different to streaming in a high tension, high workload corporation focused around VTubing as a streaming medium.
Yeah, because I know
you
that
could
Yugo
basically
said,
see they were not Yusan were not really like even to this day when you look at unnamed channel, right? And when you look at unnamed
they're not
channel,
streaming that much.
They don't do much. Like genuinely, they don't do much.
They make music, but they were a musician prior. Like, they're not really a streamer. They're not streaming.
Yeah. The like you don't really see much about
because
you don't really
because people like forget that literally the debut, I'm pretty sure, was like Yugo said it was their first time streaming. Like they had no prior streaming experience before getting in. So
they graduated over a year ago from streaming in Nijisanji.
December 2022. It was actually like just when Zion debuted, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 streams since then. 13!
Damn.
In a year. They don't stream a lot.
No.
They don't really do much.
Well, I guess objectively. I mean, they've done collabs, you add them, but...
Yeah, but they don't do much with their channel because the streaming thing is just not something they're interested in.
They're more of a
much.
musician.
Yeah, they're musicians. They like work on music. They post music much more consistently. By the way, they like there was a Change cover 3 weeks ago. Then months ago, unnamed lore video. Then like 2 months ago, there's Sky and Fire, unnamed. Then 3 months ago, there's a show cover, but from Ado. There's like Queen of Hearts, another cover 3 months ago. Like it's just like. Yeah, they post covers much more. Much more
and
usual.
weirdly enough, their music output was like a lot better than Yugo. I mean, Yugo only had one cover, and it was Queen of Hearts, which they literally redid as Yusan, which I think is pretty based. I think it's pretty base of Doki redoes Cup of Coffee. I think that would be pretty based if we see.
Oh yeah,
we saw that.
I would imagine. I would imagine
you might even do that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a possibility.
Tournament.
Yeah,
I recently apologized for this, but despite everything, I tried to make it work. I will not be able to hold the Fall Guys tournament anymore, and we will not be able to organize any internationals tournaments from out there. So saying she's contradicting herself because she said, I messed up earlier tweeting about my excitement and starting plans with organizing the tournament, as I assume my old approval was in fact
This
still
document's
there,
still
since
giving
I've
me
been in
brain
discussion
damage.
for it, before the PO Tetris tournament, but I did get in trouble since it wasn't finalized for the new date when I thought it was. So
these are all the instances that Vox was mentioning during that 15-minute stream.
Right.
This, and I assume maybe the next one is
the outfit design contest. So she posted without prior approval, and she needed to backtrack regarding prizes, and there was a concern about Liver. Concerns were raised about setting a precedent which Liver should fund their own new outfits.
Yeah.
It's important to note that Livers do not pay for new outfits, a claim that Selen previously debunked herself. There was only a monetary reward offer because Selen changed the rules to involve prizes, making it a personal, non-company funded project. So
yeah, I mean, this also goes into the questioning of, is it in the interest of Nijisanji to enforce against this, right? Because from the point of the viewership is we don't care. We don't work for you, any color / Nijisanji. We just want cool things. We want an outfit. We want a contest. We want, a cover song to come out. Again, is it actually in the interest outside of them maybe trying to, again, set a precedent? Maybe they don't want to have their other livers say, well, you did it for her. Why are you, not allowing me to do this? Right. So that's where I believe that may come from.
And if they're doing that across the board, that's fine. But if they're only putting these rules for her, but not for everybody else, that would be an issue. Things we don't know. Congratulating her on her debut. Okay, cool. So they give her a congrat. Okay. Vera says, think it's worth very much noticing our manager's incredibly sweet. He cried when he met us all. He saw us meet and she just cried.
Oh, what is this shit? Experiences management, bro. What is this argument?
We looked back and she was crying. It was one of the sweetest things I've seen in my life. Okay, so I mean that's nice.
That's also my direction.
This whole document should have been debating instead if everybody at Nijisanji is a bully or deserving of.
Like, this is literally the equivalent. Like, this is you make so many equivalents to how this argument is fucking.
This is the same thing. This is the same thing as happened. There's accusations about Bobby Kotick for Activision, and there's some person from the company comes out and says, "Look at Bobby Kotick. He likes his cat. Bobby Kotick likes his cat. Look at how he plays with his cat." And then there's documented evidence of him being a piece of shit. But look how he plays with his cat. He's so nice to his cat. It's just what are you arguing?
Yeah,
is that a defense? What is that? What is that? I mean,
this is a real life situation for me. I had a teacher, and he basically treated me like shit. And because I had autism, so I couldn't really do the work, and so he would treat me like shit. But then all the students around me liked him, and spoke well of him and he treated them right. So does that mean that because they like him and they have positive experiences with him, does that invalidate my bad experiences with him and just like negate his mistreatment of me? No.
That automatically assumes that every single situation here is perceived from black and white note, which it isn't. There could be good experiences at the company as well as bad experiences at the company. That doesn't invalidate the bad experiences at the company. Like, the good ones did not.
Yeah, because like Selene could actually have had a good experience with a manager before, but that doesn't like invalidate her bad experiences. Like what? Like that's stupid. Like you could even say like there's so many equivalents that you could say about this. Like you could have like an abusive partner and what, like because they've treated you right before, that invalidates the times that they've treated you like shit. Like no, like they're still abusive. Like
yeah.
Like there's so many like logical arguments you can make how this is just complete invalid and fucking
like,
stupid.
If they buy you an ice cream and then slap you in the face, does them buying an ice cream prior invalidate them slapping you in the face later? That does not work. Like does not even saying this out loud. It's laughable.
I don't know. Or like they slap me in the face and they buy me an ice cream. Does that like make it better? It doesn't take away the fact they slap me in the face. Like it doesn't take away the fact they hit me. You know, it's like
yeah.
like. What? It's like
I wouldn't sit there after I got bitch slapped in the face and I was like, here you go, Theo, have ice cream. I would not go, oh, they gave me ice cream. They must be a good person.
That's literally equivalent to Tazumi inviting Doki to fucking have dinner on the yacht. I'd be like, oh, Doki, come on my yacht. Have a fancy dinner. Doki, I see I'm being nice to you now. We're having a fancy dinner together. This obviously invalidates the harm that I put you through based on my company and the two attempts on you because I gave you a nice dinner and I have you on my yacht. Like, no,
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't take away what he did to you.
Anything.
Yeah, it doesn't invalidate the fact he hurt you. Like
yeah, it's such a stupid argument that is grasping on so many logical fallacies and straws that is just like you are at this point you're not even picking at straws, you're picking at like the ends of the straws with like two fingers attempting to catch them
I wish I had the copium that this person has. I wish I had a form of their copium or their hopium
of harassment.
I wish too.
We never claimed. Like, obviously, there's good people that work there.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah, like
and
no one's saying
that's
like,
not
they're
the
all
argument
bad
they're making.
people.
What they're trying to do is like specifically come after Selin, right? Which is a little bit different. I mean,
and also, like, let's just not forget about this. People have different managers. Like, so the people, like, so like these good experiences could not even have anything to do with Selene's manager.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Selene's manager could be mistreating her, but then but then Ver could be speaking about good experience of his own manager, but his own manager is a completely different person. So, like, what is that? That has nothing to do with Selene's situation.
It's not like Nijisanji has a single manager who just has Jekyll and Hyde problems when he sees Selene and just like, and then look towards everyone and it's like,
but obviously I don't know like how management works. So, like, if it's a manager for each individual member, or maybe like a manager handles like a couple.
They don't have a lot of I don't think they have a lot of managers, but they do have several. That's definitely
but like but it doesn't take away like the fact is like this could be talking about completely different managers that Selene didn't have like communication with, or just they weren't Selene's managers. Like they weren't the managers that were mistreating Selene. So it's like, that doesn't take away anything. Bruh.
Yeah,
I understand. Part of the intent is to take the NDF, to kind of lighten the load on Nijisanji here. Okay, yeah, maybe some people have had a good experience there, sure, but you can have even bad companies where people have good experience.
Yeah,
it's not mutually exclusive where like everybody has a bad experience at a bad company. No, people can have a great experience. But on the balance, are people having, is there a pattern of behavior or a pattern of practice that is causing bad outcomes? That's what I think we're concerned with when I talk with you guys about Zion and Selen. It's like, is this a pattern, right? Because A plus B equals this starting to look more like a pattern of workplace behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Illyria Infidana said that Pamu was so happy with the help of staff. When the organizers told her that Beat Mario was also going to be a guest at the con, Pamu was like, "Oh my god, I love Beat Mario so much!" That our staff organized a surprise, so Pamu could be surprised by Beat Mario on stream.
Okay, hey, you remember when Poma was really happy when her once-in-a-lifetime project was denied without negotiation?
Yeah, wow.
Do you remember how happy she was when she, broke down on a membership
That's a good
stream
argument.
that was later made public? Do you guys remember that?
Oh yeah, and then they delisted. They
I don't see that
unlisted
being
it.
cited here. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, she was so excited. Obviously,
Yeah.
she was so
If you're paid
touched
just to
about the
sit
fact
there,
that she
if
would
you're paid as
never
a
get this
salesperson,
opportunity
right?
ever
If you're paid
again.
just to sit there the same as selling, you're going to sit there, right? So there are models that incentivize that, and that is fair.
Maybe it was our imagination. Obviously this person, he's looking at the facts, so he would have put down the document if he or she.
If it existed, yeah.
Yeah, if it existed.
If it existed, I think they would
like
put
they
it on the
said at the
document,
beginning, they're looking at all the facts, and this is based on
all the facts.
Facts,
Absolutely, all the facts.
So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I'm just
No omissions there. No omissions.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. I think that maybe it was just my imagination. I just false and me were just imagining. We're all just imagining it. Maybe it was a
false
dream
and
that we
you.
had.
Hello, false. Hello, false.
I mean, the stream's not on. The stream is not on Pomu's channel, so maybe it actually doesn't exist.
Yeah. It's false. High
It's
false.
a figment of our imagination. You're more like false with your hair.
Yeah. I am false now too. I am false. Hello, I'm false junior.
Right, in all jurisdictions, most jurisdictions have very clear regulations regarding that. Right, you can even pay people, for example, in the U.S., tipped employees can make less. Right, that's because the assumption is that a tipped employee can actually make more when you factor in tips. Right, so and it gives them an incentive to work. Right, because if they don't work, then they won't make as much money and be nice. And then we'll get to the 135 super chats or something. I don't know.
Oh my god! I wish I had 145.
Additional
super chat.
information removed from 7. An important note says this is not evidence or a source.
That is when you know you've made it, when you're backed up on super chats. When you need to do a super chat reading stream, that's when you've made it.
Yeah. Also, I just thought about I am a secret false ID brother. I'm fake ID.
Wow.
I am called fake ID.
You need some shades of your own though.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
This section was in the main document. It covers references to.
Oh no! I know. You need some fake glasses. You need some fake shades. Yeah.
Mental health. I still believe this may be important context to understanding why certain actions and behaviors may have happened, and this was not to demonize her and cite hate against her, but to suggest how both sides can coexist without clearly being wrong. However, this is a more speculative argument compared to the rest of the document and relies on assumptions about her current mental health based on statements from 3 to 4 years ago, which may no longer hold true. That's the famous tweet that shows living with BPD. I am no longer claiming that her allegations are false, reducing her to her disorder. There's no confirmation if she has all or any of the traits of it, or even using it as a scapegoat. Obviously, a simplistic list of symptoms cannot encapsulate her lived experiences or explain away the hardships.
Oh, so they're backtracking. Oh,
Yeah, they're backtracking.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. God, I didn't mean it, guys. I just I just documented it entirely and posted it online. I don't actually mean it though.
Yeah, she totally didn't passively aggressively decided to be albeit piece of shit and try to blame all her possible mental health issues on how she acted. Not at all.
And you know what's crazy? We have a psychologist here. I don't even need to be a psychologist to know that. But the public got that. And none of them are psychologists. They're fucking like me, like bums on the internet, It was like, common sense. Wow. I didn't know people have
common sense. Yeah. people should have that mythical, the mythical thing that's told in the legends, from before. It's just like it's called common sense. It's a legendary
Wow.
mythical thing
Do
that is
I-
very
I hope
rare
I
to
have
meet
that.
on Twitter. It's such a rarity on Twitter these days. You need to like seek actively for people with the mythical attribute of like it's like a rare Pokemon. You have to find you need to find a tag on them, like a legendary tag, common sense.
Yeah, this is why
Because
this is
it's
why I
not
don't
a-
use Twitter. I don't understand the people that like their entire thing is Twitter. Like their only social media presence is having a following on Twitter. Like I actually don't understand that. Like I think those people are like crazy.
I mean, there's people out there who claim that they do not trust this lawyer's assessment because he is right wing.
I don't think there's
Like
any-
legitimately.
I don't think there's anything to do with this situation at all. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
that legitimately there are people claiming that I do not trust what he's saying because he is right wing. There are people on Twitter like that. I am not surprised by anything.
yeah, I mean they're like the people. I mean some of the people and extremists like, oh he's right leaning. That means he's homophobic. You know, I can't listen to this person. It's like, no, I mean I'm left leaning and I'm not going to like. This is fucking VTuber shit. Okay, what is it?
I don't really give a shit. Genuinely, I don't give a shit about politics.
I
myself,
don't
like, at all.
either.
I don't really equate. I think a lot of the problems with the political thing is political parts is like easy scapegoat when you don't want to be wrong and don't want to be around people who disagree with you, because apparently disagreeing with something is automatically considered a personal attack.
Yeah.
When you are disagreed upon, you are attacked, and it is your duty to destroy the person's life if you're disagreeing with someone.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I don't understand that immature approach to life. I like disagreeing with people. I like
Yeah.
talking about things I disagree with people. It's entertaining to me.
Yeah, I mean, on the context of like, I mean, I don't like give a shit about politics. I mean, literally, this like, okay, I don't like American politics has nothing to do with me. Like, I'm not even American, but like, in the context of people, I would be quote unquote considered left leaning just in the context of I'm like pro-abortion. I'm like, yes, I would say people should have human rights, and that like quote unquote like, you know, I'm like, yeah, like pro to trans people. I'm like, trans people deserve rights, and that equates to being like left leaning inherently. That's
Yeah,
like
sure.
kind of
Yeah,
that's
sure.
kind of like my like stance, and I don't think that's political. I think that like people should just have human rights and they deserve to have human rights. Like you say,
Yeah, sure,
like people say America's a free country. Okay, then pro-abortion should happen if it's a free fucking country. Then it's like that. Like that's it out
It's
of my
just
like
like-
political
yeah, like-
stance.
Yeah, exactly. There's like, but it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
it's
it's
genuinely
nothing to
irrelevant
do
to
with
this entire
this.
situation.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant, absolutely. Like, I don't understand what this person, like, he's a lawyer. He trained to be a lawyer. He learned to be the lawyer. He knows the rules.
He knows the
the
law,
laws.
yeah.
He knows how to interpret the law on different countries. He studied everything. Nothing about his personality of who he is and like everything else. Nothing about this invalidates his points because of he's someone who you disagree with on a level if you don't like his favorite flavor of ice cream, that doesn't invalidate his points.
No, it depends. It depends on the flavor, though. You know, obviously.
True.
Yeah. But I mean, no. But I mean, the people may make the argument though. He's a straight cis white man. You can't listen to a straight cis white man. You can never listen to
Okay,
one of them. You know,
yeah.
of course. You know, I listen to this. I listen to the women on TikTok. You know, you should get your information from TikTok. So I saw a way out there rumor that Millie made this on a secret alt account. Okay, I think that's way too tinfoil hat.
Yeah, this
That-
is basically assuming Millie would go out there to basically rage bait, which is I don't think she would try to get more attention
I think
to
that's
herself.
I think
that
that's
way.
way too out there. I think that's too fucking crazy. That is way too cooking. I mean, like,
Yeah.
how would you even know that if she went on some random alt account that this would actually like make it out there or like gain any form of traction. Like I'm pretty sure this
it's
got
stupid.
lucky that this document got traction.
Yeah, this is stupid.
I do not mean this maliciously. I do not believe she's a bad person. I instead believe this may be.
It would be pretty funny though if she like if this was true and she like made the doc and then retweeted it on Millie and just like I feel that'd be pretty. I thought to me that'd be pretty funny, but
important perspective.
I don't think
on
she's
her
allowed
patterns
to.
of behavior
I don't think she
over
can
years,
do that though.
including impulsive and
Yeah.
drastic reasons she later regrets, overspending on personal projects and feeling pushed to the edge in the days following the privatization of her cover or influx of messages of confusion and worry about other libraries. People constantly state her attempt to concrete evidence of active bullying from within the company. And this is a suggestion of how this may not be the case. I'm going to say one thing real quick from a legal standpoint. Guys, do not speculate on other people's medical conditions. That
That's
can be
libel,
like
yeah.
per se defamation in some cases.
Yeah, that's
If you,
defamation,
accuse
libel.
somebody of
That's
having
just,
a medical condition they do not, right? So be very, very careful when you're mentioning that or talking about that. So that's just one thing off the gate. I don't know, Rima, maybe you start and then False, just on that.
I mean, actually, it does make sense. Like that would be like a form of defamation. Like 'cause
Especially in Canada, you cannot share or speculate or try to gain information about mental
Yeah.
capacity of a person because it is an information protected by PIPEDA law.
And I guess it's defamation in the sense of like you are making people believe in something that isn't true inherently, because if you don't have it,
And it's also inherently painting her in a negative light,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
matter how hard you are trying to say that it is not. It is not.
I mean, and also just like using a mental disorder to paint someone as like in a negative light is also, I think, pretty fucked up to do.
Yep.
Also, I mean, like, I think it's so low if, like, what? Okay, you have a problem with me, and you're gonna use my mental disorder to, like, make me a bad person? Like,
Like
that-
just listen to our sounds. I don't disagree about your take. Your take about something. No. Let me reiterate. I don't think your experience with that teacher is valid because you are autistic. Like that's how it sounds like to me. Basically, like for the same situation of Selen. That's basically
Yeah.
Selen what they're saying about Selen. I don't think that your experience with the teacher is valid because you're autistic. You're probably overblown. It's all in your head.
like, you're too
Gaslight girl
sensitive,
boss.
yeah.
Gaslight girl boss, right? It's just like, no, that's gaslighting. The fact that it doesn't matter if you have mental issues, right? If you are being discriminated based around something, if you are being pressured, if you are being stressed out, the fact that you have those feelings comes from somewhere. It doesn't come out from a manager approaching Selen and getting like, "Hey, Selen, you wanna go? Like, you wanna play Counter-Strike together?" And just like, "Oh, I'm so harassed." Like that does not happen like that. It's not like that, right?
Or, I mean, or
It's not. It doesn't.
I mean, or if in a hypothetical she did react like that, I'm pretty sure it's probably based off of things that they've done to them before, like
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it doesn't just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, doesn't just I don't know, doesn't just come out of a magical rainbow. Doesn't just like spawn in front of you.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
that's what this person wants to make it sound like. You know,
Uh-huh.
doesn't magically spawn in front of her. Wow.
Maybe,
She just-
maybe she's to blame for everything. Maybe
she
she's the one who overthought.
Yeah, she just spawned in the hospital bed.
Yeah.
she-
Maybe her stress was all in her head. It's like this is basically a classic tactic of convincing from someone manipulative, someone who's like very malicious, but doesn't want to reveal their maliciousness. And the fact that everyone caught onto this like super quickly, that means the wording was very obvious. Obviously trying to paint Selen as like the as the one to blame for her own troubles.
Yeah,
Basically, that's what it is.
and I'm not saying this person deserves backlash, but I just think in the context of it's just like how the internet is just so like annoying in the context of being anonymous, because you can put distasteful, hurtful stuff out like this, and you suffer no repercussions because you're anonymous.
Yeah, effectively.
I mean, I guess in a hypothetical sense, could you get sued for this? Does this
Yes.
count as defamation? Could
Yes,
Doki
it would.
hypothetically send sue this person for defamation?
Yep. If Hololive can sue hundreds of anonymous viewers for defamation of their talents, Doki can sue the person that defamed her. It's just like difference in resources and
Yeah.
if she will even go for it or not.
I don't think she would, but just like in a hypothetical. I don't think it's worth
Yeah.
it in reality, but
I guess on the last part, which was kind of adding a note to that mental condition.
Well, I feel like they brought it up to discredit her character in a way.
yeah, no,
And
definitely.
I'm wondering
yes.
if, well, the other lawsuit that it reminds me of is the whole Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp thing, where they brought in a psychoanalyst to give her medical analysis on Amber Heard,
Dr.
and
Mommy, we called
it
her.
looked really bad. Yeah, and people said that. I mean, they had like kind of vetoed that psychoanalyst, and they said that she even went to like have a coffee with Johnny Depp, so they were like wondering how biased she was, and you can sort of cherry pick who you're gonna get. I don't know.
Yeah, and that one was. I mean, she was put up there, and then obviously they had their expert, and their expert was a fucking crazy person, right? Like Amber's
Yeah.
expert was like licking his lips, looking like Dr. Doofenshmirtz. But that said, obviously you're subject
I
to
have
that
no
on
idea
stand,
about that
which is why I
situation.
say, I see people spamming Dr. Mommy in the chat. Yeah, that was what we all called her. But anyways, the point of the matter is, don't distract me, chat. Easily distracted. The point is that yes, if you go to court, those would be subject to examination, but we have no factual evidence about
Correct.
anything that she may or may not have. Speculating on that is dangerous, potentially defamatory, and
Yep.
it should not be done.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right? You're not a medical professional, and a lot of people, I know this is an internet thing, but I'm just going to say it, people need to stop that of like.
I mean, like, I don't even think even medical professionals can even, like, or like, virtually through tweets or through watching, like, clips or streams diagnose somebody with a mental disorder. I don't think you can do that, right? Like, I don't think that's even possible. Like, could you
No, that's not possible.
I don't think you could, like, watch my streams and, like, diagnose me from just that. Like, can you?
Yeah, I can. We
can have an idea.
I can list some certain
right.
symptoms if I interact with
Yeah.
someone like long enough. Obviously, that happened already before in my interactions with people. But when I do mention those things to a person, I immediately go, please check up with your psychologist in case you can like confirm this or maybe deny this, or like maybe it's just like nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just noticing some stuff that is not there, right? Even me, I do not claim to be end all be all of psychological knowledge. Even me, who's trained, like same thing
Yeah.
with him. I don't think he claims to be end all be all in terms of lawyer knowledge.
Yeah.
He researches what he doesn't know, right? Same thing. I research what I do not know myself as well. That's what it is. Like if I don't know about certain things, I will go and look it up. But still,
Yeah.
I will never look at someone unless I know them personally, right? Unless I'm knowing them personally, I cannot watch a stream or look at tweets and go, "Oh, this person is totally insert psychological disease." That does not happen. That's not how it works.
And so you just have like a clipboard as you're talking to me, like, tick. Oh, he's got autism. Alright, you're autistic. I've diagnosed you with autism.
We talked like half an hour. I totally diagnosed you now. You can go now, my child. It's just like, no, that's not how it works.
It'll make your job a
We're
lot
not
easier.
psychics.
If that
We're
is-
not psychics.
if that was how it works, it'd probably make your job a lot easier. To be fair,
Probably. Yeah.
Like,
Probably make myself easier. Imagine if I just sat there. I've had the ability. All the psychologists, we automatically gain the ability to just like sit here, do the like Charles Xavier from
10
Marvel
minutes.
sign of putting our hand on, like fingers on our temple, scanning through the screen and getting the premonition about just what kind of diagnosis I have to give to a person. It's just like that's how it works. Totally. That's how, and it always 100% certainty, never single mistake. Oh, absolutely, that's how it works. That's how they were able to do it too.
I mean, you don't know. Maybe maybe the person that made this document has that power.
Oh damn! I didn't consider that.
Maybe that's what it is. And they just couldn't handle the backlash because we don't have their powers, so they had to
discriminated
backtrack.
based around their psychic ability. Yeah, they're totally.
Yeah. It's not defamatory at all.
Like trying to guess other people's medical conditions, it's not right. Don't do it in general.
That's gross,
right? It's something that can end you in a lot of trouble. So I would say stay away.
Even if somebody was actually even if hypothetical sense, if she even actually had it and she said that, I don't even think using it against her is even right in that context anyway. Trying to use someone's mental diagnosis as a weapon against them, or a mental disorder as a weapon is even if she did hypothetically have it, I don't think it's right at all. That's still not. It's still not a right thing to do. It's still gross to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just seen as a non-starter point to even those that were trying to champion.
That was
this particular
atrocious.
Document.
I didn't think there was one single valid point. I saw the
so
entire thing.
Not a single one
would be taken out.
Yeah,
right, because obviously
that was brain rot.
Yeah.
It discredits the whole thing. Right, it just absolutely discredits the whole thing. And so, anyways, that's a supplement.
It still discredits the whole thing. The fact that
False,
even went
you.
there.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what the original one said, but
yeah, that completely puts your entire arguments and your entire line of thinking into the dumpster, because you brought out psychological health in a negative light to a point where it's just this is why I think Selene's attempt has nothing to do with Nijisanji, and she's totally imagining being harassed. That's so insensitive to a person who went through all of that.
And I think, it's also, I can't even believe they're using that as a weapon, while she even said, she attempted to take her own life, and then you are using her mental psyche as, a weapon against her. It's crazy. And it's are they saying that, it's, an emotional episode, and that's the reason why it's all in her head? Is that they're basically trying to imply that the harassment isn't real, and that it's something to do with her condition, it's a personality she's built up, and that the reason...
I mean, honestly, even without this insensitive and completely dogshit argument they're using about the psychological health, this entire document is basically
still shit
just,
anyway.
It's still shit anyway.
Yeah,
it's basically
excluding that, it's
to,
garbage anyway. Yeah.
Hololive does this. Hololive does this. Hololive does this. This is why Nijisanji is bad. See, I am proving Nijisanji is not bad. What? Excuse me?
I can't believe they act like they genuinely tried their best, and they couldn't even come up with anything valid. I feel this just intensifies even more why Niji's in the wrong, because they couldn't even find a single valid argument in his entire thing. I feel it'd take a special somebody to put that much effort in and so atrociously fail that badly.
Yeah, genuinely, if I were to go about this in a devil's advocate way, I would bring up many projects and many strives Nijisanji did towards the VTubing culture in general. I would bring up a lot of the stuff that management did. Genuinely, there's several projects that have there's several concerts that are just really good and really cool and really creative. I would have brought that instead of saying, well, Hololive does this. Well, Hololive does this. Where several livers saying they have a good time, that means they have a good time. No, that just means that some people have good time, some people have bad time. I would bring more researched factors into it. I would bring more problems of communication. I would bring more clips. There are clips there that exist about language barriers. There are clips about there exist listings about how incompetent the people are that are hired to. There's job listings that basically describe we need unprofessional interns that need to do this and that for very little amount of money, right? For that, nobody would go there. Nobody really professional would go there for this amount of money compared to Cover Corp, which pays twice or thrice the amount Nijisanji does for their stuff. It's just, I don't know. It's just that, yeah.
Anything persuasive in there for you? Is your
God,
mind
no.
changed? Is there a world
God,
of
no.
evidence you have not seen that
I got
your Discord
brain
cannot
damage.
find?
This is.
I mean, these are just not arguments
No,
being
this has made me like be more on Doki's side. Literally, this has like been counterproductive.
made actively against Nijisanji in these instances. These are not active points that anyone's actually usually bringing up in any instance, and that's often what we see. If even back to the point where Millie Parfait, they had a link to her video
chucking
in there,
that
where she was,
copium.
listing down reasons why Nijisanji is not a black company. It basically initiated very quickly. She went to go search something. She typed in Nijisanji, and it auto-completed Nijisanji Black Company in the search engine result.
I think she was searching for birthdays. So she was like Nijisanji B because she was searching Nijisanji birthdays, and then that's why I said Nijisanji Black Company.
Goes on for about 14 to 15 minutes, describing why she believes that Nijisanji is not a black company. But the reasons why she's giving are just not arguments at all.
You know, I watched that video, and people are going back to it, and they're just like, "Oh, I told you so. I told you that black company." It was like, well, you do realize it was like 2 months ago, so obviously like, I didn't know this new information, but you know what, if you want to be like, I told you so, then alright then. I was like, I don't know what people are so petty like that, like, they went back to like, my video on that, and they're like,
I'm like, I can't. Oh, you're so stupid. Like, I can't believe you said this. Like,
I can't believe you're not a clairvoyant. Obviously,
I can't believe you can't tell the future.
Yeah, I can't believe I can't believe you don't have inside information about Nijisanji. Obviously, you would have. You're clearly so involved in the management of Nijisanji, right? You're probably like the right hand man of the CEO. Totally.
I
secretly.
wish. I would be making. At least I'd be making some good money if I was.
Yeah.
That anyone had against Nijisanji in the first place. It was textbook. This is what a black company is, right? It's just, again, missing the forest from the trees, right? It is not what anyone actively is arguing in this instance with Silent Tatsuki's determination. And, again, it's from an anonymous source. I don't know who made this. Get it off my desk. This is trash.
Okay, your verdict. Rima, what do you think? You read the other document, right? Anything persuasive you? Anything jump out to you here?
I mean, I thoroughly reviewed the evidence even prior to this stream, and the supplements, there hasn't been anything like really substantial added either. They just removed that part. So I still feel like it's not very strong arguments, and yeah, they're kind of grasping at straws there. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but yeah, it just wasn't. It wasn't strong arguments in the first place, and it's like a common debate tactic to just bring back the conversation to points that you can win, even though those points are not necessarily part of the conversation in the first place.
Yeah, and that's a great one. You're literally using what we call like straw man arguments, right? So you're in not even that, but they're like false comparisons. So you're using like the weakest possible argument on the other side, and then you're beating up this thing that's not really even the issue. It's a distraction.
Exactly.
Right? So from a persuasive standpoint, that was very, very weak. What you want to try to do from a persuasive standpoint is go after the strongest argument and attack it, just like bring up objective information to attack the persuasiveness of that strongest argument. Right?
Yeah.
If you can't defeat the strongest arguments and the strongest claims, you're not really going to turn the tide. If you're just trying to chip away at the edges, right, that's not going to disprove the underlying claim.
Yeah, if they wanted to play devil's advocate, they could have used some stronger arguments, like she kind of put on blast the company on Twitter, which, I mean, I think it was legit, because obviously I'd be frustrated too and I'd do the same, but from a legal perspective, I don't think there's been a precedent where another liver has done that. So Nijisanji from a legal
There has been
standpoint. I mean, you
actually.
can comment
I
on-
think there has been a lot of vague comments, of negative comments from. Would you look at that, Luxium? And they were not punished for it. Would you look at that? Oh, would you? Maybe that means something, huh? You know that word that starts with F and goes on A and have a V there somewhere. Favorited? Like let's finish the word, kids. Let's finish the word. What means when someone does something and does not get punished for it, and someone else does something and gets punished for it? What does that mean? Let's finish the word. Favory.
I mean, like,
It's just like,
Mr. had so many instances of saying things, and he didn't really suffer any repercussions. Like, he would talked about how he said that Luxium had favoritism. Like, he said that. He said, like, they have favoritism over, like, Lazulite. He talked about the 2%. He didn't really suffer any repercussions, what I know of, like, any major repercussions.
he didn't. No major repercussions. There was no major project shutting down. There was no major collaborations. If anything, I feel like the Mista and Luxium were allowed to collaborate outside the company the most. Like the people, they were allowed to do that the most. And then they stonewalled Lazulite a long time before they were allowed to collaborate with Hololive. It was a long and arduous process of actually bridging the gap between Hololive and Holo.
Because Kiala and Pomu talked about that. They were good friends for, like, a long time, and they just couldn't collaborate like a year plus or something like that. Because it was more like Niji didn't let them collaborate, which is like, bruh.
Yeah, so. Yeah, it's just not really like everything. Everything, but he still didn't get repercussions by it. I'm just saying, like, he said about the 2% thing by accident. Even if it's by accident,
yeah, even by its accident, he still said it.
Yeah, he said it. Yeah, but there was no repercussions.
Yeah,
for it.
like
But
even if it's
Selen gets punished all the time for stuff. Like it's not...
yeah, like even if it's an accident, you can still, you know, I mean, it's equivalent to being like Zion's R-word joke. Oh, sorry, it was an accident. Like doesn't make it any better. Like you still said the thing, right? Like it doesn't, like, even if you say like, oh, sorry, I slipped, like your slip of the tongue, it was an accident. It doesn't take away what you said. Like you still said it, right? Like, you still have to suffer repercussions for your actions. Like, what, Zion, like, you can't just be like, oh, like, if you were Zion in that situation, you can't be like, oh, sorry, I accidentally said an R-word joke that was insensitive. Like, no, like, that's not how that works. Like, you said it, you need to take accountability for what you said, right? Like,
and if we apply the same standards to everyone, then there should have been much more punishments and stonewalling for some things that the Luxium people did. Like even roleplay of Vox that got him into drama several times. It should have been a factor in stonewalling, but it wasn't a factor.
Yeah, because
because
even like his dating POV ASMRs affected somebody. I remember that Reimu got in trouble by that because of Vox's actions, because of the role playing ASMR. Like they saw started going to
Reimu
Reimu's
got
stream.
in trouble with that.
Yeah, and hating on her. If I remember right.
Yeah, and he never got into trouble for that. As far as we are aware of. It's just it's such a blatant favoritism. The more you the more deeply you look into it, and the fact that these arguments used in these documents, they not only defend the Nijisanji, they prove the favoritism is there. I don't really understand why. Maybe this is a secretly sabotage. Maybe it's secretly sabotaging the efforts of all the defenders of the coppers. I'm gonna take one for the team, so I'm gonna say this is a defense document, but in fact it's a secret accusatory document meant to bring light to the the problems of Nijisanji by claiming this is a defense of Nijisanji. This is such a far-fetched logic for this. By the way, I'm using satirically far-fetched logic here to it's just it's.
On that, I'm sure they have some qualms with this with those tweets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were tweets that they would have a problem with, but that still doesn't justify the reaction, right? Like, doesn't make what the reaction, justified. But what is justified, Rima, and this is very, very.
She called him when he was doing ASMR about FNAF, and fangirls got mad with her. Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah, I remember now, because they're like, oh, she interrupted our date. That's what it was. Yeah, because fangirls got mad that Reimu called and then got their quote-unquote date with Vox interrupted. Yes, I remember that now. Yeah.
But it's still something that it needed to be
is the
controlled
fact
in the moment. They
my
didn't do that.
favorite
Like,
based horse girl here is now at 3.1k subs.
Oh my god, let's go!
900 and 100.
Guys, get me to 20k. Come on, I'm almost at 20k.
Yeah, almost there. You should get there like soon, pretty soon actually, I think.
If my viewership gets better, but okay, so that's I guess our kind of in-depth discussion of this. This was a little.
I should point we started 4 hours ago.
Yes, that's why I see the time and now I'm like, what the fuck just happened? But